네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 11th Seoul Asian Financial Forum 2022, and this is broadcast live from home and abroad. I'm Kim Dae, and I'll be your MC today. This year's Asia Business Daily has been hosted by Asia Business Daily, sponsored by MOEF, FSC, FSS, KFB, KRX, KOFIA, KLIA, GIAK, CREFIA, KFSB, KSD, KSFC, and KOSCOM. This year's Seoul Asia Financial Forum is going to deal with the theme of MyData for all, and we are going to invite the global experts to talk about innovation and development of financial industry, giving the data sovereignty individuals and giving the right to utilize data to corporations. MyData is going to bring about significant changes in our daily lives and financial industry, and it's going to be a great opportunity for Korean companies to build on their competitiveness. All of the program will be broadcast live on YouTube, and we're providing you with simultaneous interpretation services into Korean and English. Please pick the language of your choice on YouTube. Now we are going to kick off Seoul Asian Financial Forum 2022. Now we are going to invite the CEO of Asia Business Daily, the host of today's forum, Woo Byung-hyun, to hear the welcoming remarks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Woo Byung-hyun, CEO of Asia Business Daily, the host of today's forum. I would like to thank everybody for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us for the 11th Seoul Asian Financial Forum. We are celebrating the 11th anniversary, and this year's theme is MyData for all. As you're well aware, in this digital era, the data are often referred to as the second oil, given its important role in the economy. Companies and individuals have to come up with smart ways to utilize digital data to survive in this fierce global competition. The theme of this year's forum is MyData, and it's because Korea has introduced MyData in earnest in January of this year. Korea was late in introducing MyData, but Korea was the first country in the world to introduce API-based MyData, and we were able to overcome many of the disadvantages of a latecomer. In just 3 months since the introduction, the subscribers of MyData has surpassed 24 million people, and the Korean customers' feedback is really positive. Not just the financial industry, but communication, fintech, healthcare industries are also making a lot of investment for MyData. And I believe MyData will have significant impact on how the landscape of related industries will be changed. I sincerely hope we can promote great sharing of experiences, knowledge, and insights among experts from home and abroad. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Now we're going to invite Mr. Yoon Jae-ok, Chairman of the National Policy Committee, to give us his congratulatory remarks. He is a member of the National Assembly from the People's Power Party, and he also served as a senior leader on the presidential campaign team.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning. I am Yoon Jae-ok, Chairman of the National Assembly's National Policy Committee. Congratulations on hosting 22 Seoul Asian Financial Forum, which will discuss the future of Korea's financial industry. I believe that the theme of today's forum, which is data economy for all in the era of the fourth industrial revolution, is very timely and meaningful. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to CEO Woo Byung-hyun of Asia Business Daily and everyone involved for this valuable opportunity. COVID-19 for the past 2 years or so has resulted in many changes as non-face-to-face business activities became prevalent. In particular, the world is rapidly transitioning to a digital economy as digital technology is becoming a part of all the industries. The core of the digital economy lies in the data, the so-called the oil of the fourth industrial revolution. The National Assembly amended the three data acts, namely the Personal Information Protection Act, the Credit Information Act, and the Information and Communications Network Act in 2020, so that Korea may develop into a data powerhouse. As a member of the National Assembly who worked on the amendments, I do feel very rewarded as I watch the MyData business, a new innovative business, take off in earnest this year. However, there are concerns that the MyData business could turn from a goose that lays golden egg to an insignificance. In order to dispel such concerns, it is necessary to come up with measures to expand the use and sharing of data based on thorough security. The National Assembly's National Policy Committee is preparing to deliberate on the amendment to the Personal Information Protection Act, which will then include the right to request personal information transmission not only to the financial sector but also to all fields such as public, medical, and educational and travel for the development of MyData business, which is the core of the digital economy. The national economy will quickly promote the improvement of regulations, including the Personal Information Protection Act, for the development of the data industry. In addition, we will actively prepare related legislations and policies together with the business, academia, and the new government so that Korea, equipped with the world's best ICT infrastructure, can leap forward as a digital leader. Finally, I would like to express my deepest gratitude in advance to Mr. Julian Ranger of DIGME and the distinguished speakers for their opinions and insights on MyData business in today's forum. Once again, I would like to thank everyone at Asia Business Daily for hosting such a valuable forum to enhance competitiveness of Korean businesses, and I wish everyone health and fortune. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman, for those words. Now we're going to invite Vice Chairman Kim So-young of the Financial Services Commission of Republic of Korea. Vice Chairman Kim So-young is a professor of economics at Seoul National University, and he's also part of the President Transition Committee. Good morning. This is Kim So-young, the Vice Chairman of the Financial Services Commission. I would like to extend my congratulations on the opening of the 22 Seoul Asian Financial Forum hosted by Asia Business Daily, a media that specializes in economy and business. I would like to thank CEO of the Asia Business Daily, Mr. Woo Byung-won, for organizing this very meaningful forum when there's ever-increasing interest both at home and abroad about MyData. My thanks also goes to Korean and international experts who will be sharing their invaluable insights on the MyData industry. In this hyper-connected, hyper-converged, and hyper-personalized society where different technologies and industries are connected and converged across their boundaries, data is the essential facility for innovation. As a result, the EU, the US, and other countries are implementing policies to guarantee data portability and enhance data accessibility. Amidst this backdrop, the world's first API method-based financial MyData service that connects all financial institutions was launched in January of this year. There is very high public interest in MyData, with 48 operators releasing their MyData services and transmitting over 36.9 billion data as of May 22. Users are able to receive personalized services based on a variety of data, making it possible for PB financial services previously assumed to be only for high net worth individuals to become more publicly available. Operators are now able to create innovative service models by utilizing various information at the request of users. For MyData industry, which has just begun to become industrial as well as international best practice model, it is essential that many innovative services with privacy and security guaranteed may be released into the market. I hope that meaningful suggestions and proposals to help Korea to become a leader in the global data industry can be discussed at the forum. The the Korean government will actively review and incorporate the discussions conducted into this forum into national policies so that the data industry may continue to grow as a core strategic industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairman. Now we are going to start the 11th Seoul Asian Financial Forum. And if you have any questions to the speakers, please leave your questions on live chatting room on YouTube, and we'll ask the speakers to answer some of the questions. So we have a lot of great presentations in store for you today. So I hope you can stay with us until the very end of this forum. Now we are going to be listening to the keynote presentation. Today, the global leading company, DigiMe, the founder and executive president of DigiMe, Mr. Julian Ranger, is joining us live from London, UK. So Chairman Ranger, could you please start your presentation?
Yes, hello everybody in Korea, and very nice to speak to you and those listening worldwide. It's a great honor to have been asked to provide this keynote, and I look forward to your questions at the end going from here. So I'll now just share my screen here to ensure that you can see what is going on. So I'm talking today, as indeed everybody is, about MyData, and it's often seen as focusing on privacy, security, and consent. And indeed, those are at the heart of the whole MyData principle. But the reality is there's a second key point, and that is by adopting MyData, we improve and increase the use of personal data. And we make it simple. So instead of a complex, insecure, non-private data exchange, we end up with a simple, private, secure, and consented data exchange. And that's what I hope to be able to show you today. So as a company, DigiMe's mission is to help everybody make better use of their personal data. And that's the mission of MyData. And we're not the only company, and you'll hear quite a few today. I will talk generically about MyData, but use DigiMe as an example so that you can see how it works in day-to-day life. If we actually look across not just finance, but personalized health, consumer, retail, yes, fintech, smart cities, all of those new aspects, things that we want to do, require rich consumer data. And if they're going to get that rich consumer data, it must be with privacy, security, and consent baked in. Yet we're in a world where it seems that the use of personal data is being constrained because of consumer concerns with privacy and security and legislation. We have GDPR in Europe and similar all around the world. And so it seems that because for the last 20 years of the internet, our personal data has been taken from behind us, being tracked, that we want to constrain the use of our personal data. But if that was all that we did, then the future of personalized health, of personalized finance, retail, IoT, smart cities, would not come to fruition. So we need to find a way to share that data, but leave the individual in control and have privacy, security, and consent. So if we look at this from the perspective of a service that wants to provide value to me, the individual. If you look at it today, before MyData, it's a challenging world. It's actually difficult to source the data. Do you get it from third parties? Do you try and track me? How do you do that? If you do that, or you buy it from third parties, it's of highly variable quality. It can be anything to 40 to 60% wrong. For many years, Google felt that I was a 28-year-old female because of the things that I bought for my wife and daughter. Data also comes in lots of incompatible data formats. The way we store health data is different in all sorts of different systems. And because of that 1 to 3, if we are to do anything meaningful, it requires complex and extensive data analytics. That is then expensive and time consuming, and it means very few companies can really use the personal data to do things that we want. And then we have the issues of the regulatory privacy and trust. But if we follow MyData as a principle, we're going to change where that data is sourced from. We're going to source it direct from the individual. And you'll see in the next 20 minutes that that makes it easy to access richer personal data. And it is rich, high-quality data, direct from source and validated as such. So it is my bank transactions, if I wish to share them. It is my health record, my wearables directly, not inferred, not of variable quality, but rich, high quality. Because it's going to come to a single point at the individual, it allows us to have a system which normalizes the data into a single format, making it much easier to use. And the 1 to 3 with MyData means that actually you can get the features that you need to provide the new services for individuals with much less analytics complexity. And it's also much, much simpler and inexpensive and quick to start. So you can do things much, much more quickly. And it's 100% private, fully secure, consented, and crystal clear to the individual to get trust. So we end up with a system that provides us more and better data, easier, simple, and private, secure, and consented. So what's not to like? So let's look at the details of it. So why do we need MyData? Why is the existing system not adequate? And it's actually because our data is stuck in different stovepipes. It's stuck in places that it's not easy to get access to, or it's controlled by businesses or entities that don't necessarily want to share it. But if we recognize 3 critical insights, we can change the model. The first is only I know where all my data is. Only I know which hospitals and doctors and wearable devices I use. Do I use Apple Health? Do I use Fitbit? Do I use a Samsung device? Who knows? I know. Which social networks do I use? I know. And then I generally have a right of access to a full copy of my data. I've nearly always had that, and now it's becoming a digital right. And then crucially, only I have unlimited usage rights to my data. I can take my medical records, print them off, put them on the windows of my car, and drive around Seoul if I want to. Show the world. If anyone else did that, it would be a privacy breach and a fine or prison. But I can do what I want to with my data. And therefore, if we understand those 3 points, the only way we can bring rich data together is at the individual. It's the only technical way it can be done. And the good news is that privacy, security, and consent comes for free. So how do we do that? Well, individuals aren't going to somehow develop the software themselves to link to the banks and the hospitals and the social networks. So we have a class of software called a data facilitator or MyData operators. Data facilitator is the term the EU uses. And that's what DigiMe is. We don't access the data for our own purposes. In fact, DigiMe doesn't see, touch, or hold the data. But we act as a facilitator to bring the data to an individual and then enable the individual to share the data. And this works very simply. It puts the individual at the center. The individual requests their bank data, so DigiMe will get it for them. Social data, DigiMe will get it for them. Health data, the same. That data is then put in a personally encrypted library that's decentralized. There's no centralized storage and keys. In fact, DigiMe doesn't hold the keys, so we can't access the data. Only the individual can control and access that data. And then we have a consent stack, which you'll see in operation a bit later, which allows any Apple web service to ask the individual for their data. And if the value exchange is one that the individual wants, so it might be a diabetes app, for example, that wants to keep me healthy. That's a good value exchange. I want to stay healthy. So I'll even pay for the app, and I will allow it to maybe see my medications and my wearables data so it can give me my tailored advice. And so therefore, if that value exchange is one I want, I will consent, and DigiMe enables the transfer of the data. And then I also have the ability to see my data, search it, and have a consent dashboard so I can control everything. So this is the simple diagram of how MyData works. But there is a problem with this. And the problem is, even though we as individuals care about privacy and security and consent, and we can see that in numerous surveys, we don't care enough to take a physical action. We're not going to manage our data. And in fact, people find it struggle to manage important things like finance. So asking them to manage something as difficult as data isn't going to happen. So I think in 2, 3, certainly no more than 5 years' time, we'll all understand that having our data is of huge value to us because of all the areas, the value propositions on the right of this diagram that allow us to use it. But that isn't the case now. We need to learn that. So one of the big lessons that we've learned in the last 5 years is simplify, simplify, simplify. Make it really easy for apps and services to move into the MyData world. Make it easy for individuals to move into that world so that we can go from the bad to the good and the better very easily. So we've designed our service to be a full SaaS service that an Apple service can speak to an individual who's never heard of MyData, yet can ask them for consent, can invoke DigiMe, get the data and bring it into the Apple service without, in fact, the individual ever having used a MyData service before. And that's how we grow the ecosystem and bring everything together. And then what does that enable? Well, you can get data and do what we do today in lots of situations, understand group characteristics and behaviors. But actually, it allows us to unlock previously impossible use cases in personalized health. And I'll get to that a little bit more, but in consumer engagement, in fintech, and in every aspect of individuals' lives. We can now tailor everything using rich personal data, but do it ethically. Do it with privacy, security, and consent at its heart. And it doesn't matter what the data is. Once you have a system like this that's working, you can plug in financial data, as in fact KREFIA have done. But elsewhere in Europe, for example, we've got medical records, social networks, wearables, fintech, social, etc. And the same principle, the same data facilitator can work across geographies. We work in North America, South America, Europe, Middle East, and Australia already. And the key here is it's not just about doing it more ethically, so the bad way to a good way. It's actually about making richer, higher quality data available so that actually, as a service, as a business, as a government, as a researcher, you get more data and better data, provided, of course, the individual consents. And the data facilitator, we operate on behalf of the individual and, in fact, on behalf of the business to connect the two for the data transfer. But it's really important that we are just a facilitator. We're not seeing the data. We're not selling the data. We're getting it, putting it into the private store of the individual and encrypting it, controlling it there so that the individual has full control, and then providing a consent framework so services can ask individuals, individuals can say yes and or no and subsequently no, and data can flow. So we're just like a courier company or the national grid bringing electricity from the power stations to the home. We're not actively looking at the data, selling the data. It is the individuals, and the value exchange is between the individual and the business or service. And all of this is based upon two really key words. When a service asks an individual, it must be with explicit, that means clear, directed for a single purpose, and informed, making it absolutely clear. So one of the keys is how you show that consent. And we have here a consent certificate that we've designed, and we modified over time, but this is been proven to be very clear. So who is asking you for data? What purpose are they asking? What is actually going to happen to it? Is it an ongoing share, one-off? Will my data leave my device or not? Will it be shared with third parties? Will it be kept? Things like that, so that I know as an individual exactly what I'm doing. Because if I know, then I'm likely to share the data for that value proposition. And how easy then is this for a business? How easy is it for a business to move to MyData? Well, taking our company's implementation as an example, it's inordinately easy. You can be accessing rich personal data if you have a value proposition that individuals like in hours, literally hours. All you have to do is register for the consent certificate so that you're very clear. We know we can show the individual exactly what you're asking for. You then receive a token that represents that consent certificate. And whenever in your app or your web service you would like the data, you literally just push that token into our API and the miracle happens. And we're going to see that live in a moment. So it is inordinately simple. It's much, much, much simpler than trying to do it the wrong way or the bad way from third parties and others. It is not only better data, it is simpler data. So how does this display? How would an individual see this request? Well, the request comes from the service. So here we have an app called Consentry. Consentry was created during COVID to digitize lateral flow devices and to keep you a test record of it. So let's say that this app also wants to be able to import your vaccine records. So you've got a single place for your lateral flow tests you've done at home and your vaccine records. So to do that, the app wants to connect to DigiMe because DigiMe's already got the interfaces to the various health portals and works for the individual. So the app will have registered for a consent certificate. It puts that into the API, and immediately DigiMe will display the consent certificate to the individual. So why, what data, what will happen to it, ability to see extra data, and then if the individual agrees, they have to give a positive swipe, then they have to authenticate the channel. So DigiMe has to go and get the data, in this case from the UK National Health Service. And then what happens in the background is DigiMe gets the data from the NHS, the whole medical record, stores that in the individual's personal vault, library, wallet, locker, whatever you want to call it. We call it a library. Encrypts it, and then looks at the consent certificate and says, what do they want? And in this case, they just want the vaccine data. So DigiMe extracts just the data that is applicable to the consent certificate, normalizes it into a standard form, and then sends it to the app, which can then do whatever it wants. In this case, simply displays it. Now, the app may have other things that it wants to say about that, but the point is that DigiMe, it's frictionless. Consent, authorization, everything else happens in the background. And that makes it easy for services to move from doing things the wrong way to doing it the MyData way, which, remember, gets the more and better data, but it is inordinately simple, and I'll keep saying those words. So to achieve that, there's quite a lot of technology that we've had to implement. How do we get data from everywhere, deal with it? How do we store it, normalize it, and deal with consent? So we have quite a tech stack to enable that all to happen, to enable it to happen securely, such that we don't see the data, that it is highly secure. We've been penetration tested by governments and tier one companies and others. And because it's a fully distributed system with no central key repository, etc., then it's inordinately difficult to hack. Never has been, but if it was, at most you would get one person's data and not anybody else's. But as I said, it is so secure that that hasn't happened, and we intend to keep it that way. But despite the complexity of the stack, it's available via a very simple API and SDK, so that all of that complexity is hidden from businesses. Now, when you're dealing with personal data, I personally believe it's really important to be at the highest levels of security and accreditations. And we've made it a policy of our company so to do, and I think that's important for any company. We've got our ISO accreditations, various other health accreditations. We run to the highest technical operational standards. You cannot treat the security models and everything else lightly. You are bringing personal data together, and therefore that has to be a core capability of anybody who is acting as a data facilitator. The good news is that that's all there and inherent in the system, so any service inherits that quality, that security, the privacy, and the consent. So what are the benefits for businesses, and hence the economy as a whole? Well, it's better data, quickly and simply. So you can do almost anything that you want to do that. It's much, much more simple. So there are huge cost and effort savings in actually getting access to that data. There's a lot less compliance effort because you don't necessarily need to keep the data. If you can always go back to the individual, you can receive the data, process it, and then throw it away. You don't have to keep it. You don't have that data necessarily in your systems. Now, some solutions need to keep it, but a lot of them don't. In fact, many solutions could just do it as an app on my phone. So I can have a diabetes app, share my medications and my wearables data, and that data never leaves me as such. It just goes to the app on my phone. So there's an ability to make it simpler, cheaper, across the board as we implement. And of course, we gain the trust of individuals. Individuals are more likely to share their data in this world so that they can get access to these new and better services. So this all sounds marvelous. We'd like to sign up now, but is it really real? That's a good question, right? We're just talking about this. We have talked about it for a while. We've been implementing for a while. Is it usable? Is it safe? Is it scalable? Will businesses adopt it? Well, of course, I'm going to tell you the answer to all of those is yes, but I want to prove that to you. So is it real? Well, either now on your phones or after this conference, you can go to play.digi.me, choose the demo, and see for yourself. Share some social data. All that's going to happen, in fact, is that it's going to be displayed on screen. So this is exactly what happens if you go to play.digi.me. You select demo, try the demo mode, and what it's going to do is ask you to share some social data, which it will display on the screen. So you're seeing here instantly how DigiMe came in. This is a real-time recording, by the way. It is a recording because of making sure it works on screen. So you saw the consent certificate now authorizing the Twitter stream. So DigiMe is now collecting the data from Twitter, many, many years worth, storing that in the library of the individual, encrypting it, looking at the consent certificate, pulling out, in this case, I think only 3 months worth, normalizing that data and sending it to this web service to display, as you can see on the screen. And in the time it took me to explain all that, it happened. So this is real. It is actually real. It works today for health data, finance, social, etc. And you can prove it yourself as you go through. And here, the gentleman who did this video is showing how he can then move off to go to see the actual tweets himself. So importantly, it is real. It works today. We as a company have it all working with all of these different data feeds and different other companies the same. So is it worth doing? It sounds like it's worth doing. I hope it sounds like it's worth doing from what I'm telling you. But we've actually studied it. We've had lots of engagement with governments, tier one companies, big pharmaceuticals, for example, major credit card companies, banks, retailers. And this was a piece of work done in the UK a few years ago by a very good consultancy called Control Shift, who works in this area, showing even at the earliest stages that it would have a 27.8 billion. I never quite know how they come up with the points in this in these studies, but a significant impact in year one on the economy. And there are other reports that show for the EU, for example, it would be worth over €1 trillion. So we've also done full data mobility, MyData work with major companies, including those that you might think are against this, like Facebook, who actually do support data portability. So this was a study done in 2019. That's 3 years ago, and a lot of work's been done since. But this was a major study with lots of people all involved together, and unusual to get everybody together. You'll be able to see the presentation later, so I'm not going to go through what they all said, but essentially it was highly successful, and that particular study proved that personal data sharing can be made safe with a data facilitator like DigiMe, that it enabled huge valuable services to be created. But it is important, as I think one of the early speakers said, that you've got that breadth of data, not just finance, but social and health and wearables, so that there is everything needed to be able to move forwards. Now, health is in itself a really good example, and I'm going to go into this in a little bit more detail, because actually all around the world, we've tried to bring patient data together and failed in many cases. Yet we, as a world, want to move to what we call personalized medicine, medicine that's about me, very specifically about me, with my full history. So I was speaking to the doctor today about a lung issue because when I was a young lad, I had a major accident and ruptured diaphragm and collapsed lung. That's very, very specific to me. What the doctor needs to do is very specific to my circumstances, and my O2 intake might be less than yours. So being able to share my wearables data and other information is very important to any app, any research, and actually any doctoral intervention for me. Yet we can't do that. If we look at the healthcare data ecosystem today, then there's some data shared, not much within the healthcare facilities. We rarely get a full record. A little bit can get shared with research, but very complex without the patients giving their consent. Most of the patient-derived data isn't used anywhere in our medical world. Consumer apps find it really difficult to do anything for us, let alone any healthcare apps, because they can't get access to the data. And this is the situation in nearly every single health system in the world. Now, we could try and wire up everything. We could try and do a many-to-many link. We could probably spend hundreds of billions and still not get there trying to do that. Or we could spend a few million. I really mean that, a few million. We have already done this in the UK, in the Netherlands, in Iceland, and partially in the US. It doesn't take a lot because it's point to point. So if I can get my data from my GP in my hospitals and then from my own data, I can share it back, all of it, a combined total healthcare record. We don't have to have all of these trying to communicate with each other. They just communicate with the individual. Vastly more simple and vastly better data for everybody, and an ability to move us forwards. And this is so important that the EU, for example, has said that every citizen should have access in this way by 2030. Now, it's happening faster. As I said, we've already done the UK, the Dutch, Iceland, and some of the US, and looking at it for other nations too. Right? The Dutch, I would say, for example, are leading. They have a program called MEDMI, MEDMIJ, where they're actively encouraging it and actually subsidizing companies like ourselves to make it easier to bring that to the individual. So health, clear advantages. But we've done studies and lots of work here with two major brands. Most of you have heard of MasterCard, CX Loyalty, which looked at how having that better data from the individual with the trust of the individual, that we can actually have much, much more interactive and useful shopping experiences across retail. Here, MasterCard, in a presentation they did themselves to the MyData forum, talked across the piece, not just finance, but not just credit decisioning, but advertising, health, loyalty, even fun and social apps. So across the piece, having access to better data will make a big difference. And you can see from here insurance decisioning, credit decisioning, personal finance management, just in small areas, a significant difference if you can get the quality of data that MyData provides. So to summarize, in that sense, by going via the individual, you make it simpler. Easy access to richer personal data. You make the data better because it's direct from source and validated as such. When the individual shares their bank data, you know, because of the data facilitator and how it happened, that that is their bank data. That is their wearables data. It's 100% accurate. Not all data facilitators, but certainly DigiMe, we go to the extent of normalizing all the data. So it doesn't matter if the health services have different ways of storing the data, it comes out in one form. So therefore, you can now get moving faster because you don't have to go all the way up to AI and everything else. You can actually, with relatively simple analytics, pull out very important features that enable new use cases. And because of the 1 to 4, it really is inexpensive and quick to start. As I would say, the only thing you need is a value proposition, something that the individual will say, yes, for that, I will share my data. And the good news is that it's completely ethical. It's 100% private, fully secure, regulatory compliant all around the world, and you gain trust. So I want to be clear, MyData is not just about privacy, security, and consent. It's about making it simpler and enabling us to share more and better, rich personal data. So it empowers the personal data economy. It increases the velocity of personal data. We know that velocity of money is GDP. If we can increase the velocity, the more sharing under the control of the individual, we will increase the economy, we will increase health, which in itself has an economic benefit, will provide tailored capabilities across the spectrum. So it opens new pathways to greater economic activity, delivering greater value to all, individuals, businesses, governments, and society. And I'm just going to, before I finish and then take some questions, emphasize on the government side. This isn't just about the banks opening up their data and the social networks and the wearables, but it's about government opening up its data about me. It's about my health data. Even getting my tax data back from the government is inordinately useful, because what better way to prove my income than what I declared, because I rarely over declare on tax. So, and it enables governments to be able to access data with my consent that they find very difficult to do laterally. So everybody in the ecosystem, whether the individual, whether it's a business, researchers, governments, the whole of society benefits from a MyData ecosystem. And all you need to do to encourage MyData is ensure that you have data portability with a well-formed API. So thank you very much for listening today. It's been a great honor to explain the power of human centricity, the power of MyData. You can prove it yourself by going to play.digi.me. If you want to understand how easy it is to use, you can go to developers.digi.me. You can also go to mydata.org, which is the global organization looking at MyData principles across the world. And if you have any questions afterwards, I'm always very happy to receive those at julian@digi.me. I will say that 3 different students sent me questions before this session today, and I was very pleased to answer those. So always feel free to ask a question at any time. And with that, I think we now open up to questions that have either been submitted or from the floor. So thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Julian Ranger, Chairman of DigiMe. And we have received some questions in advance, and we have also received some real-time questions from the live audience. And let me give you some of the questions that has been received beforehand. DigiMe is about collecting and storing personal data and provides the data platform for providing the data to customers. So what was the reason, what incentivized you to come up with such a service in the first place?
This is fascinating. I'll give a slightly deep answer to that, in fact. The answer is that I was very lucky as a young lad. I was an aeronautical engineer and I worked on fighter aircraft, and I got involved at the very beginning of what we would now call the military internet, passing data around aircraft, ships, tanks, etc. And in fact, I built a worldwide business doing that called Stasis, which I eventually sold to Lockheed Martin. And I became, through right time and place, a world expert on networks, data, and interoperability. And one thing that we learned through all of that work through the 80s and the 90s and into the 2000s was how inordinately difficult, very, very difficult it was to get all this data transferred on a many-to-many principle. And one of the things that we did to simplify things and make it work was to aggregate it at a single point and then redistribute it. There's a big program in the US called BACN, B-A-C-N, and still continues to this day that does that, that I helped create. And when I left and I retired from doing the military stuff in about 2007, I set up an innovation hub and was investing in looking at various businesses. And privacy and personal data kept coming up. And it just suddenly hit me that the reality was that if this was a solution we'd had to do for the military, it was clear that we had to find a way of aggregating personal data. But then it was also clear that we couldn't do that as a business. It had to be at the individual. And then you get the whole of MyData, and in my instance, the DigiMe company. So it was really looking at networking, data, and interoperability in one area, showed the way forward in the other area. And I think particularly it showed the way forward for simplicity, making it simpler. And that's a key thing.
Thank you very much. Let me move on to the second question. In Korea, only the financial industry is using the MyData. Other industries are not so active in sharing the personal data yet. DigiMe started with finance, healthcare, SNS. So what was the reason you were able to expand the scope into these industries? Did you also, what kind of incentives did you provide to the information sharing entities?
Well, we don't provide incentives to the information sharing entities. We say to them, it's a right for your customers to have the data. And then we have to work hard to persuade them and to show that it's better for them to give the data back because their customers are happier. Now, in fact, many of the companies believe that themselves too. So if we take Facebook, we can rightly criticize Facebook for many things about privacy and others, and it's not really subject of today to do so. But interestingly, Facebook believe that it is right that their users should access and have a copy of all of their data. And so therefore they support us in getting the data, as do Twitter and Instagram and various others. When it came to medical data, it was about showing the governments that actually this improves the whole of the health system. So we managed to get onto the contract vehicles in various countries to get that access. But then some countries are moving forwards faster. So Holland, I mentioned. In the US, they've got an act of Senate Act called the Meaningful Use 3 Act, which makes it a requirement that anybody in health can give the data back to patients. So it's a combination of using APIs that are there and that are open, talking to governments, talking to the various entities to make it happen. So it has been a lot of work because we're a leader in this area, but it's now happening more and more. So I think, as your other opening speakers said, they're looking to change the law in Korea to enforce it to happen for health and presumably other sectors, as indeed GDPR in Europe has done.
Thank you very much. The social atmosphere for MyData was positive probably in those countries. Let me move on to the next question, which was on the YouTube. The cloud, blockchain, AI, how do you think they will combine with MyData for future growth and evolution?
So cloud, we're a full cloud service. I think many things are today, and you can do that with decentralized, etc. Now, we actually don't use blockchain at all, and blockchain or any type of chain is not, in my view, appropriate to storing, holding personal data. There's no requirement for it in that sense. The data is encrypted, it's held in personal stores. No doubt, however, that there will be areas where those technologies come in. So blockchain, for example, to record in certain high-value instances, the consent handshake may well be something that comes in. It isn't necessary, but it may be something that is desirable going forwards. So we've implemented this full decentralized stack without blockchain from there. In terms of AI, the more and better data you get, the better you can make AI. So yes, there is no doubt that MyData will improve the AI capabilities, and then that will come back in itself to improve the services. But I do want to take you back to one of the points I made in my presentation, that by having access to more and better data, richer data, you actually can get a lot more out of the data without having to go to the complexities of AI. So that you can take the first steps on this ladder of providing more utility with MyData without having to have AI systems and everything else, with relatively straightforward algorithms. So MyData will certainly empower, make better AI, but you also can do a lot more with straightforward algorithms as well.
Many people are posting questions, so let me move on to the next question. In carrying out the MyData business, what was your biggest challenge?
You noticed I laughed a little because there were quite a few challenges. The biggest challenge actually was being too early. In any business, it's great if you arrive just at the time when everybody's interested. We were too early, and that's made it difficult for us financially sometimes, but we've survived through that, and now it's the right time, and it's enabled us to have a lot of experience. So now I'm going to say, well, it was wonderful. But that was the biggest challenge, because you're having to learn. You're having to learn what's the right balance of security versus friction. So you heard me talk in the presentation about how we've made it frictionless, really simple to use, because simplicity is the key to getting this done. So there's a lot of learnings that we've had to do, and as one of the first in the business, that you have to learn the hard way. But the end result is that you end up with a better product and a better understanding. But I would say that the key challenge we've had is being early, and therefore you're having to explain everything the whole time. Whereas in a few years' time, I really do believe that the world will say, well, hasn't it always been this way? Why did we do it any other way? Because it's going to be simpler and better data. But at the moment, it's being early, getting people to understand is the challenge.
So that was the challenge you had to experience as the early comer to the market. Next question is, what kind of security policies do you use for MyData?
Okay, well, there are many, and it's not a single answer to that question. It's a multi-layered answer, because data has to be encrypted at rest and in transit. All the data that is held in these individual vaults is individually encrypted for the individual, but in fact, each item is separately encrypted with a random number, and then that random number encrypted by the individual's key, and then the keys are split and not held in one place and controlled by the individual. There are multiple layers to the SAS processing, so that it's what we call stateless. So when a small piece of data has been processed, passed on, there's nothing left in the cloud. There's all sorts of other controls you have to do in the business. So for example, our developers don't have access to the production environments. We have our own firewall between that, and as stuff passes, we have policies and procedures under ISO 27001 for the creation of any master keys we have for encryption and other things like that. So when one talks about security, there's no one answer to that. You have to have multiple layers of security at all levels. And then the final thing you have to do is be audited and get people to try and penetrate to you. So we've had governments and health services and others do that. And you learn if there are any weaknesses from that very quickly. So it's a real multi-layer, multi-set problem that you have to solve and continue to solve on a regular basis.
Next question is, in Korea, within this year, we are going to expose and disclose public health record to the MyData service providers. So what kind of considerations do you think we should have in using the MyData?
Well, actually, you say you're going to disclose it to the MyData operator. You specifically shouldn't be. A MyData operator shouldn't be seeing or doing the data. Remember, we said we don't see, touch, and hold the data. So what you're actually doing is giving the data from the GP, the hospital, the pharmacy, back to the individual. Well, surely the individual should be able to see their data. And then the individual can make the choice of who they share it to. So in my presentation, I had 3 slides which showed patient centricity, the utmost importance of doing it. It's the only way to move forward for personalized medicine. So rather than be concerned, you should be pushing for it to happen as quickly as possible. But of course, any MyData operator that is connecting to the medical system should be qualified. as I showed you, should be assessed for its privacy, security, and indeed safety, which is the extra piece. So, for example, when we connect up to the UK, the Dutch, the Icelandic, and the US health services, as we do at the moment, we've been safety audited to make sure that when data comes, it gets stored, it doesn't get mislabeled or anything else. Because if we received type 1 diabetes and we pushed it out as type 2, that could have a problem for an individual. So one has to be ensure that the data facilitators are qualified, but it's the best thing you can do is provide health data to the individual. And again, just to point out, the EU wants that to happen to every citizen no later than 2030. So the earlier you do it, the better.
네, 고맙습니다. 마이데이터 분야에 대한 관심이 크고 또 회장
There's a lot of interest about MyData, and many people seem to have enjoyed the presentation. Another question.
강연 중에 더
During your presentation, you have always said the more accurate data, the better data. What do you actually mean by better data?
Okay, so when you try and get data from behind me by tracking me or whatever else, you're usually inferring things about me through sort of actions I take. But if you can actually see my bank transactions, or you can see my actual medications, or you can see my posts, that is real data that is much, much higher quality and much, much richer, and you can do things with. So instead of being anything 40 to 60% wrong, it's 100% right. And that's the key. It is much richer, better data upon which decisions, on which tailoring can be done.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. Another question was in English. Let me explain that in Korea. As previously asked, the Republic of Korea provides data platform services organized by the government, and companies need to get permission to access the data. It may be somewhat different from the data business model in the UK. I wonder if there is any example of data-related policy in the UK and how companies are dealing with them.
Well, the only real policy at the moment in the UK, like the EU, is the General Data Protection Regulation. But it is important because it not only has the privacy rules to protect the bad way of doing things, it has data portability and the requirements for explicit informed consent. And as I said during my presentation, those two things are critical to making MyData work. There is one failure in Europe and in the UK, and that is that they specified data portability but didn't mandate that it had to be by APIs or by a well-formed API. And so we're trying to get that changed, and it seems that may be changed in the EU in the next year or two. So GDPR was very good because it mandated portability and explicit informed consent at 2018, but it had that minor flaw. But that has been definitely a driver and a help in this area.
Thank you very much. Another question is, DigiMe, MyData, what's your profit model or revenue model for your company?
Very good question, and people should ask that question. So first and foremost, we do not profit from the data. We don't see, touch, and hold the data. The value proposition is between the individual and the service. We're just a courier, a company. So we charge the requesting service 10 US cents each time data flows, but we cap that at $3 per person per use case per year. So we're literally trying to take the least amount of money. We're just a courier company. We don't care what's in the envelope. We just charge for the transfer, if you like. And then the value proposition of the data is between the individual and the service requesting it. So 10 cents capped at $3 per person per year.
네, 고맙습니다. 더 많은 질문 드리고 싶지만 마지막으로 한 질문.
So this is going to be the last question
보내드려야 될 것 같습니다.
before we let you go. The last question is about data. In getting the consent from individuals, what would be the best way to get the consent from users for using the data? Consent from the individuals for letting them use the data.
So the best way is having a very good use case. It's as simple as that. If there's something that I want, then and I understand it, then I will share my data. So you need a use case and you need to be able to express that easily. So I used an example of a diabetes app in the presentation. So the app says, if you give me your medications and your wearables data, I will be able to give you personalized recommendations to keep you healthier than if I didn't have that data. That's a value proposition that I as an individual can say, actually, I want better recommendations for my health. Here's my data. I will say yes. So it's all down to your use case and your value proposition and being able to express that clearly. And if you've got that, then people, and there's plenty of evidence to show people will share the data. So with that, I'll just add that it has been an honor and a privilege to be able to talk to you all today, and thank you very much for that. And if there are any questions that have been unanswered, then please send them to me at julian@digi.me, and I'll be very happy to answer them in due course or via the organizers who can send them to me afterwards. Thank you.
네, 줄리안 회장님 감사합니다. 열띤 강연과
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation and also your very kind answers to many questions that we've had. Thank you so much for being with us. Now we're going to listen to a success case of global financial services using MyData. We're going to invite Mr. Alan Mitchell, the founder and CEO of MyDex, to talk to us about different business models of MyData. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Alan Mitchell.
Start your speech. I guess your microphone is muted because we cannot hear you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, clearly. Thank you.
Good morning. I visited Korea a few years ago to talk about MyData, and I love Korea, especially the food. I grew to love kimchi and gochujang. Please forgive me if I've pronounced it incorrectly. Now, just let me set up my slides. So, since I spoke last time, I see that the Korean government has made good progress on implementing MyData. The MyData movement offers a huge opportunity for social and economic transformation. Today, I want to talk a little bit about the opportunity, but mainly about how, because there are different models for how MyData can work, and some will work better than others. But first, what is the problem we're trying to solve? Today, we have an organization-centric, one user, one use, or OU, personal data system. Organizations collect data about individuals, and they use this data for that particular organization's purposes, with each organization collecting and using its own data for its own purposes. The OU approach is a product of our technology history, and it has brought many benefits, but it also has limitations and creates some problems. So here are some of them. Because our current system is organization-centric, built around organizations collecting and using individuals' data, citizens are excluded from participating in its working. They don't have any real control over their data. They aren't able to access or use it for their own purposes. The system is increasingly seen as not safe and not fair. Meanwhile, organizations lack access to the data they need or face high costs and hurdles trying to access it. That's because no matter how much data any individual organization has, there's always far more data about that individual outside, including in other organizations' databases. Quality issues abound. Organizations spend a lot of time and money, too much time and money, trying to make sure that the data that they use is correct, complete, up-to-date, and reliable. And across the system as a whole, because each organization is undertaking the same tasks relating to collection, use, and storage of data in parallel to all other.
I'm sorry for interrupting you once again. I'm sorry, so sorry, but we
That's
cannot
right.
see your screen. So would you please share your screen for us so that we could see your presentation? I'm sorry.
Yes, of course. Very sorry.
Thank you. That will help our better understanding. Thank you very much.
Very sorry, I forgot to do that.
No problem at all.
So I was just saying that there's many we have all these problems, and what we need now is a many users system. What we need is a new approach. Because data does not get used up when it is used, because data can be used by many users for many different purposes, the underlying logic of data points to the need for a very different data ecosystem, a moo ecosystem of many users and many uses of the same data. Today's data ecosystem is made up of many different separate organization silos, with data trapped inside each silo. To unleash the full potential of data, including personal data, we need a different setup. We need to move from many separate data silos to a single data sharing network, where each node in the network can access the data it needs to add the most value. So, to do that, we need a new data architecture and infrastructure, a data logistics infrastructure capable of getting exactly the right information to and from the right people and organizations at the right times. The big question is how best to do this. For the past 15 years, we at MyDex have been building a new citizen-centric data logistics infrastructure that opens the door to many users, many uses. And so this is how it works. Organizations holding data about individuals provide them with copies of this data, verifying details about them via a cryptographically secure token that cannot be tampered with. Individuals hold these verified attributes or credentials in their personal data store, where they retain control over their data. Each personal data store is separately encrypted, as Julian was talking about, and each individual holds their own private key to their personal data store. This puts them in control of their data and ensures their safety, security, and privacy. Individuals can add more data to their personal data store if they wish, including data that only they know, and data about their plans, goals, priorities, preferences, and so on. Individuals can then share this data with service providers as and when needed. They may share extra details with service providers they already have relationships with, or they may bring their data to completely new service providers. That's up to them. It can be a huge amount of data, what's needed for an important decision in health or money, for example. Or it could be just a tiny amount of data, simply verifying a few details as the next step on a user journey. It doesn't matter. What matters is that exactly the right information is passing to and from the right people and organizations at the right time. This infrastructure is live and operational, and because we've been building it since 2007, it's already well established. For example, in 2011, we were chosen by the UK government to help pioneer its Verify Digital Identity Assurance Programme, along with 4 other organisations, including the UK Post Office and the Credit Reference Agency Experian. We have been independently audited and accredited for information and security management under ISO 27001 for the last 9 years. We are a recognised supplier of UK public services and an accredited open banking account information service provider. So, once individuals are able to collect data about themselves from many different sources and to share and use this data for their own purposes, what value does this deliver? One thing we're enabling is richer, more personalized financial advice. For example, by enabling individuals to collect data about their financial position from many different providers, banks, credit card companies, loan providers, organizations that they owe money to, assets they hold, we're helping debt advisors provide better, more personalized advice to citizens struggling with debts. Once the advisor has provided the advice, individuals can use the same data to help them apply for new recommended services such as grants, benefits, consolidated loans, and so on. At the same time, we are helping to reduce the costs of providing these services. That's because a high proportion of these costs come not from actually doing the analysis and providing the advice, but from the time and effort spent trying to access and assemble the necessary data in the first place. We're also using improved data sharing to enable many separate service providers to collaborate together to integrate different specialist inputs into a single seamless whole. So, for example, take managing cancer journeys. Patients suffering from cancer don't only have a long, difficult journey with many different treatments involving many different specialist service providers. They also have to organize the logistics of getting to and from these appointments. They have to invest time and effort, keeping friends, families, carers informed of their latest updates, and the rest of their lives can be transformed too. They may not be able to work. They may face financial difficulties. They may need to move to a different accommodation. They may need to deal with legal matters such as wills. All this takes time, effort, and yes, stress to organize and manage. And it's all about data logistics, being able to share the right data with the right people at the right times. So, for example, we're working with a cancer charity in the UK called Macmillan Cancer, and we're helping cancer patients and support workers to organize and coordinate all these different tasks and activities into a single whole, using their personal data store as the logistics hub by which data is collected, shared, and used. This ability to access and use and reuse the right data at the right time is reducing Macmillan Cancer's support worker costs by between 50 and 90%, depending on the complexity of the case. We're applying the same principles to help public service providers reduce their costs while making it much easier for citizens to apply for and access services. If citizens are able to use pre-verified credentials about themselves when applying for services, the possibilities are endless. For example, using credentials about educational qualifications when applying for a job, employment status and income when applying for loans, social security status when applying for a grant or benefit, or indeed all of these things when trying to prove their identities. Enabling citizens to bring pre-verified credentials with them to service relationships makes it much easier for them to apply for and access these services. It makes form filling redundant. It also greatly reduces service providers' costs of collecting, checking, and processing the data. This is the principle behind the Scottish Government's planned Scottish Attribute Provider Service, which will provide citizens with their own attribute or personal data store, which enables them to safely collect and share details about themselves that have been generated by public services. So another application of the same infrastructure is providing privacy shielding targeting. With this, we enable individuals to publish anonymized profiles of themselves so that service providers can search these profiles for those individuals that match their services. Service providers can use our platform to message the right individuals without knowing who they are, asking if they are interested. If the individual says yes, they can simply press a button to share the relevant data and access the service in question. Glasgow City Council, Scotland's biggest city, is using this to identify poorer citizens eligible for additional support on childcare costs. Just one example. The Scottish Government is using this to identify and recruit citizens to help co-design the services designed for people like them. That particular project is called SHAPE, because it's citizens helping to shape the services that they use. The same infrastructure can be used to enable citizens to donate their data to good causes, such as medical research or local community projects. For example, there's a small fishing village called Brixham, where the community trust is using data from citizens to help the community address the many issues it faces. And we are using the same infrastructure to provide completely new to the world services. For example, it's a fact of organization-centric life that no organization has any particular interest in helping its customers improve their dealings with other organizations. Why should they? But because every organization behaves this way, there are many jobs that are important to individuals that organizations do not do. For example, CRM, or customer relationship management, is now a large industry providing organizations with the software and tools to manage their relationships with their customers. But where is the counterpart for individuals? In the industrialized world, citizens have over 100 different relationships with different service providers in central government, local government, banking, insurance, education, employment, travel, media, leisure, entertainment, retailing, and so on. But where is the industry providing individuals with the software and tools needed for supplier relationship management? That is what MyDex is now building. For example, we are providing our users with consents and permissions dashboards where individuals have one easy-to-use portal where they can see what data they have shared with each organization for what purpose and can manage these settings, including exercising their rights under data protection legislation. And this is, they can manage all their service providers from one place. This, instead of having to log into each different service provider's website, navigate their way to my account, read the privacy policy, and so on. These new services, these new person-centric services, are emerging in the spaces between today's existing data silos, and they will transform the way that individuals manage their lives and get things done. And then finally, it all comes together with identity assurance, because is based on the citizen's ability to share and present verified credentials about themselves. The more verified credentials an individual has, the more they're able to prove their identity. So the point I'm making here is threefold. First, empowering citizens with their own data will transform relationships between individual service providers and individuals and service providers. Second, it covers all the main uses of data, analytics and decision-making. delivering better quality solutions, improving productivity and efficiency, improving the matching of supply to demand and supplies to users, enabling the delivery of social benefits, the innovation of new services, and identity assurance that underpins them all. The third point is that when individuals can bring safe, reliable, pre-checked information with them to service providers, there are significant benefits to service providers themselves. Increased access to richer, more reliable data, reduced costs of collecting, checking, processing, and using personal data, improved service quality and timeliness, new dimensions of innovation. This is the world that MyData is opening up. Better outcomes, reduced friction, effort, risk, and cost for citizens and for service providers too. The big if is these benefits will only become available if MyData is implemented in the right way. And over our 15 years experience in this field, we have learned there are many ways to get MyData wrong. This leads us to a crucial question. What is the right model for the implementation of MyData? When it comes to system architecture, infrastructure, governance, economic logic, business models, what design principles should we adopt? I will describe the design principles that we have adopted at MyDex and why we have adopted them. The first central question is, should our approach be person-centric or organization-centric? With the organization-centric approach to MyData, individuals request or give permission to one organization holding data about them to share some details with other organizations. The data flows directly from organization to organization without the individual ever handling it. When the person-centric approach, organizations deposit details about the individual in the individual's personal data store under the individual's direct control. The individual then shares this data with other organizations as and when needed. They have their own records of what data is shared, for what purpose. They have their own proofs. Looking at it from the perspective shown in this slide, the organization-centric approach seems simpler and easier. Why bother inventing a new entity, a new layer of infrastructure, the personal data store provider, and add new steps to the process when you don't need to? The organization-centric approach shown on the left hand of the slide is the one adopted by the UK at the moment with its open banking initiative, and I think with some MyData experiments in Korea. The trouble is, the organization-centric approach does not scale. As more data gets shared between more organizations, it gets more and more complex. This is what the situation looks like if just 8 organizations are involved in accessing the individual's data. The number of connections between organizations jumps to 28, whereas the data flowing via the individual's personal data store, the number of connections that are needed rises to just 8. With the organization-centric approach, each time a new organization starts sharing data, the number of potential connections between organizations grows exponentially. Soon you have a complexity catastrophe. By the time 100 organizations are involved, which is about the number of data relationships each individual has, the potential number of connections needed in the direct organization to organization model of data sharing rises to 4,950. This is 50 times more complex, cumbersome, and expensive than if data is shared via a personal data store. In short, the organization-centric approach to MyData cannot scale without creating this complexity catastrophe. In doing so, it also creates a potential security catastrophe, as now 100 organizations are all having to expose their systems to 100 other organizations, rather than one or two tried and tested personal data store providers. It also creates a consents and permissions catastrophe, as individuals lose track of what organizations now hold about them, which bits of data, whereas with a person-centric approach, the personal data store helps individual manage all their consents and permissions from one single dashboard. So while the organization-centric approach to MyData can work for a few specific limited use cases, in our view, any approach to MyData based on the sharing of individuals' data from one organization to another organization without putting the individual in the middle of the process can only create a strategic dead end. Person-centric, citizens empowered with their own personal data stores and data sharing tools is the way forward. A second design principle follows from this. Individuals should become the point at which data about themselves is integrated. With the current system, data about individuals is dispersed across many different organizations, probably over far more than 100 organizations for each individual. That means it's practically impossible to build up a rich, complete data picture of an individual without engaging in the biggest invasion of privacy ever. But if individuals are able to aggregate data about themselves and their lives in their own personal data stores, it is possible to build these new, rich, person-centric data assets that are impossible to create under today's siloed, organization-centric data architecture. As MyData progresses, we believe that increasingly service provision and innovation will revolve around these new person-centric data assets, precisely because they will be richer, more complete, and more useful than any data set, than any individual separate organization's data silo can build. If an organization-centric approach to MyData is adopted, the innovations and services that these new person-centric data assets made possible will never happen. The full potential of data-driven innovation will be stifled. Another key design principle of data principle follows from this. Given the enormous power and potential of the new data assets, it is essential that this data should be stored, managed and controlled independently of any particular organization. If any organization can dictate to individuals who they can share their data with, for what purposes, or if any particular organization, including the state, holds this personal data in its own systems or under its own control, then MyData risks, again, turning into the biggest invasion of privacy ever, potentially the biggest abuse of data power. Therefore, a core design principle for a strategically viable MyData system has to be that individuals can collect, store, manage, use, and share their own data independently of the organizations that originally collected, generated, or used this data. And yet more follows from this slide. Today's organization-centric approach to data is based on multiple separate data silos, where each organization collects and uses its own data in isolation to all other organizations. With person-centric data sharing enabled by personal data stores, individuals can collect data from many different sources and share this data with many different service providers, old and new. This system has at least 3 functional layers. Organizations that originate and generate data about individuals in the first place, personal data stores that collect, receive, aggregate, and store this data, and service providers who may be the same as the original originator organizations, accessing the data held in these personal data stores in order to provide services. Please remember, as I talk about the design principles here for MyData, I'm talking mainly about the design principles for the middle layer of the personal data infrastructure, the layer that does the connecting, the data logistics. Within this, the activities of the other two layers of data originator and data user may remain surprisingly unchanged, except for the fact they now have new access to data that they didn't have before. So this new layer of data infrastructure introduces an important new principle. As we shift from silos to layers, we are also moving from a system where we integrate data storage and use to the separation of data storage and use. That's what new specialist infrastructure providers like MyDex do, take on the jobs of data storage and data sharing so that others don't have to. What other characteristics does this infrastructure need to display? It needs to be decentralized. With a current organization-centric approach, each organization holds data in its own big centralized database, big centralized databases that become targets for hackers. This cannot work in a MyData era when citizens are empowered with their own data. With a person-centric approach, each individual personal data store needs to be separate. Not one new huge database of individuals, but millions of separate personal data stores, each one separately encrypted under the control of the individual whose data it is. The infrastructure also needs to deliver genuine citizen empowerment, not just having a say, a voice, not just choice between accepting or not accepting a set of terms and conditions, not just having to agree to data sharing from one organization to another, not just exit, having the ability to go to a different service provider. All of these things are important, but they are nothing without the ability to specify and to act. There is an awful lot of confusion today surrounding the idea that citizens should be able to assert control over their data, because the word control can be used to mean two opposite things: control over data held by organizations, or control over data held by citizens themselves, where they are able to collect, store, and use their own data for their own purposes. It's a bit like the difference between being allowed to ride in a taxi, but never being allowed to own your own car. Being able to drive your own data is what I mean by genuine citizen empowerment, and it is essential if MyData is to succeed. But what about the personal data store provider itself? What about companies like MyDex? Won't we, as PDS providers, be able to see into each individual's personal data stores, thereby becoming a new source of privacy invasion? This danger creates another requirement: zero-knowledge operations. Personal data store providers should not be able to look into or exert any control over the data individuals hold in their personal data stores. This data is the individual's data, not an infrastructure provider's data. That is why with MyDex, each individual holds their own personal key to their data store, which MyDex does not hold and does not know. So even though MyDex hosts the data itself, only individuals can access and control its contents. A further consideration is which tech solutions to adapt. Some people think that new solutions such as distributed ledger or blockchain are a magic bullet that will solve all the problems. They won't. Like all technologies, they are good for some things and bad for others. The design principle for MyData implementation is that it should be technology agnostic and that it should be cloud-based. Because in the end, if it's based on devices, in the end, those devices get replaced or lost and the data needs to be retained. And the only way to do that is through the cloud. Mobile devices are brilliant for making access to personal data stores easy, for creating easy user interfaces, but technology agnostic cloud-based solutions are the only strategically viable way forward to ensure lifetime storage of data and always-on access over secure connections. Now let's turn to governance. For the right infrastructure to work, it needs to be governed properly. And the key requirement when it comes to personal data is trust. Personal data is not just another commodity. We are dealing here with persons, people's lives. That doesn't make trustworthiness a marketing slogan. Trustworthiness needs to be built into rules, regulations, audit, accountability. It needs to be enforceable so that everyone can see it working. This is why MyData is a community interest company in UK law. A community interest company is a business which acts like any other business, disciplined, commercial, but which uses its business skills to pursue a social mission. In our case, our mission is empowering citizens with their own data. It is a legal requirement of a community interest company that if we make profits, 2/3 of those profits must be reinvested in furthering our mission. We don't exist for shareholders. We exist for citizens to enable an ecosystem. That's not a slogan. It's built into our legal status. Of course, financial service providers also need to be trusted. But if the infrastructure or processes they use to access and use personal data is not trustworthy, then they themselves may be damaged. That means that all specialist MyData infrastructure providers must have legally enforceable trustworthiness built into how they operate. Trustworthiness also raises questions about incentives. When it comes to MyData, when we don't think MyData institutions can work either as state bodies or as free market operators. Why is this? Because with state bodies, the risk is that the state will start using access to citizens' data for state and political purposes. And even the fact that this risk is present could be enough to undermine citizen trust in MyData institutions. And with market actors, there is also the risk that they will prioritize profit maximization and shareholder value above serving and protecting citizens. So building fit-for-purpose MyData infrastructure might require some institutional innovation too. The invention of new types of institutions that are neither state nor market controlled. Community interest companies are one example. Trusts, foundations, cooperatives, there are many different ways of doing it, but it needs to be done. Another aspect of trustworthiness is neutrality. The infrastructure and institutions should work and be seen to work so that it never favors one group or organization over another. It cannot be seen to be allowing some organizations access to a person's data, but not others. It cannot charge some organizations more for access than others, or favor the competitive advantage of one organization over another. It needs to publish a consistent set of rules that everyone has to follow and which are enforced by the infrastructure as it runs. Its job is to protect and serve the citizen and trustworthy data sharing to have a full stop. Now, quickly, let's turn to economic logic and business models. MyData institutions' business models need support rather than undermine the right MyData architecture, infrastructure, and governance. Infrastructure providers need to be financially self-sufficient, not dependent on others for their income, so that control over the purse strings does not turn into control over purposes. The other side of this coin is that they should not be profit maximizing either. Whatever infrastructure we're talking about, roads, electricity, internet, broadband, the ideal cost of accessing such infrastructure is as close to zero as possible, not the highest margins possible, because that is what maximizes access and use. When MyData enables citizens to bring pre-verified data with them to service providers, its main economic contribution is to reduce friction, effort, risk, and cost for both citizens and service providers when accessing and using data. It's not about making a margin on the trading or sharing of data. It's about enabling an economy-wide leap forward in productivity and efficiency. Within this, it is important that MyData infrastructure providers cover their costs in ways that build in alignment to their mission of enabling neutral data sharing and citizen empowerment. For example, if the infrastructure charges more for this type of data than that, it will become incentivized to promote this type of data rather than that. If it charges a fee every time data changes hands, then it becomes incentivized to encourage data sharing when it isn't needed. That is why we at MyDex charge fees for organizations to connect to the platform to enable data sharing, fees that are neutral about how much data is shared by who with you, because it is our job to enable, not to intervene in favor of special interests. Finally, and perhaps most important of all, MyData infrastructure providers need to be built and designed to last, not for sale. Individuals start accumulating data about themselves before they're born, and they continue to generate data about themselves after they die. The infrastructure that serves them should therefore be designed to serve them for their whole lives and beyond. Is it really possible for a startup venture funded by venture capitalists focused on a profitable exit to commit to these sorts of timescales? We don't think so. It's easy to say that MyData business models need to be aligned to MyData economic logic and MyData purposes, but it is a real challenge to make sure that such alignment actually happens. Okay, I think it's time for me to end. Let me sum up. We need new citizen empowering data sharing infrastructure to enable the economy and society-wide shift from an organization-centric approach to one based on the principle of one user, one use, to a citizen-centric data system that operates to the principle of many users, many uses. I've argued that the only new layer of citizen empowering data logistics infrastructure can fulfill this role. That is, it provides each individual with their own personal data stores where they can collect, store, use, manage, share their own data under their own control, independently of organizations that have collected data about them, which enables service providers to access more and better quality data at lower cost. And I've described the design principles needed to make this infrastructure work. Design principles which are very different to those which define how today's commercial systems operate. If the wrong design principles for MyData implementation are adopted, we risk the opposite: an inability to achieve system-wide progress, an inability to unleash the full potential of personal data, and loss of public trust as faulty designs make new abuses possible and likely. For those of you working in financial services, these design principles may seem unfamiliar, perhaps even alien, but they are design principles for the infrastructure that's needed for MyData to work. Not just for financial services themselves. If financial services are to truly benefit from MyData, it needs to persuade the government to build this infrastructure based on these principles. We have the opportunity to make immense progress to the benefit of all, but to do so, we need to get the details, the design right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 마이데이터가
Yes, thank you very much. He has told us about the future that has to be taken by MyData. Now we are going to ask questions. We have already received some questions, and we also have questions coming up live via YouTube. So let me ask our first question. MyDex is able to get the government data because it is a community interest company. Is that true? So other MyData companies, do they have the authority to access government data?
Yes, we think it's a big advantage for us that government agencies can trust us, not only today but tomorrow too, because we've not been built for a sale. How can a startup funded by venture capitalists looking for a profitable exit earn that sort of trust? But the government agencies will have to decide, will have to look closely at each different MyData operator to decide whether they're trustworthy. Some will be provided, some private sector companies will pass that test, but we think that many private sector companies will not pass that test, and that test needs to be decided by the government agencies themselves.
네, 고맙습니다.
Yes, thank you. This is going to be the second question. The Europeans. So, what are their thoughts about MyData, and how much MyData are they using in their daily lives? Here in Korea, MyData is very unfamiliar. So, what can you give us an answer to this question, please?
I think basically around the world, this is a very young industry. And like Korea, most people in Europe are not familiar with MyData, and that will take many years to change. It's a big development, and big developments take a lot of time to mature. So I suspect that we're probably very similar in Europe and Korea, that most people are still not familiar.
네, 고맙습니다. 이어지는 질문들은
Yes, thank you. Now we have live questions. And the first live question is that with the introduction of MyData, traditional financial institutions and the boundary between the traditional financial institutions and big tech companies are disappearing. Who do you think is going to be the winner over the financial platform?
That to me is not the important question. I think the winner will be the citizen. And the citizen will choose who they wish to do business with and who they trust. And what we're trying to do with MyData is to enable the citizen to make those choices. So I agree that there are very, very big structural changes taking place in technology and financial services industries. But I think the even bigger is the impact of individuals being able to participate in the system in ways that they haven't been able to participate up till now.
Yes, that structure change is going to be tremendous, and the benefits, I believe, will be enjoyed mostly by the citizens. And this is the second question. Because of information imbalance, there is a difference arising among individual assets and culture. Do you think MyData is going to accelerate these differences?
I think as individuals are able to aggregate data about themselves under their own control and build up personal data assets which are independent of organizations, they get used to managing their data. If you think about something similar with financial services, 100 years ago, people weren't used to managing their money in the way that they do now. And I think the same now is happening with data. And I think that this is a big change that will be unfolding over a long time, over decades. But the information imbalances are beginning to change, and that is a benefit not only to individuals but to society as a whole.
고맙습니다. 계속해서 질문을 또 드리겠습니다.
So we do have so many questions for you. So let me ask the next question. In your presentation, you said that at the request of individual, there's going to be a movement to a person-centric model using PDS. You said that's the more desirable model. But here in Korea, we have an organization-centric model. And so for us to become more person-centric, what should we do?
I think there are many halfway houses, but I think the issue is the development, the creation of the personal data stores for individuals, and government can act as an enabler. Government can act as a buyer of the service, but if the government is the actual provider of the service, then there gets to be issues. So I think that from what I understand, what's happened in Korea so far is that it's a first step, and the next steps needs to be to move from that organization-centric approach to the person-centric approach. I think the likelihood of what might happen with the current approach is that it has limited growth and applicability. And that is the problem that might occur in future years if the person-centric infrastructure is not developed.
네, 고맙습니다. 이어지는 질문은요.
So let me move on to the next question. So in MyData industry, that is organization-centric and the person-centric, you talked about those MyData industries. And for individuals to be able to manage and control MyData, then there has to be education about data management and data sovereignty. So do you provide such services at MyDex?
Yes, we do, but I think there's also an element of misunderstanding about how much education is needed, in the sense that at the moment our system is very, very complicated. It's over-complex, with many individuals having to deal with, say, 100 different organizations' privacy policies. What we do is we provide standardized data sharing agreements that are very simple, that, for example, say, if I'm sharing my data with you, you'll only use this data for the purposes of providing this service. You won't give the data to anybody else. And so I think, along with education, simplification is key.
네, 고맙습니다. 이어지는 질문은요.
And thank you. Next question. So based on the collected data, do you sell the data and make a profit? Sell the data to other companies to make the profits. And so, what is your profit model in your company's profit model?
Yes. As I said, I think if trust is to be maintained, service providers, personal data service providers, cannot sell the data. It's just simply as that. We just do not sell the data. We make our money, we earn the money that we earn from organizations connecting to our platform. We enable the data to be read and written between the organization and the individual's personal data store. And that is neutral. We are not trying to monetize any data. We are providing a platform service.
네, 고맙습니다. 정말 많은
Yes, thank you. We do have so many questions, but let me ask just one last question before we let you go.
앞서 답변 주신 거랑 좀 겹칠 수
This may be a question that overlaps with the previous question. Korea's MyData business is being led by the government. So, what do you think about this?
I think it's very, from what I can see about what's happening in Korea, it's very, very positive. It seems to me that the Korean government is doing far more, is leading the world, in fact, in terms of committing to developing MyData. There are lots of questions that still have to be answered, but the fact that it is government-led means that you'll be bringing together more people to do more things than would otherwise be happening. And this is a very positive development.
네, 고맙습니다.
Yes, thank you. That was Mr. Alan Mitchell. Thank you so much for your presentation as well as your kind answers.
우리가 마이데이터 산업에서 나아가야 할 방향에
So as for the future direction of MyData, I think it was a very thought-provoking presentation. And now we'll move to the next presentation by Vice President Park Sung-yong of KOSCOM. He will talk about MyData services in Korea. Please welcome him on the stage. Please welcome Vice President Park with a big hand.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Vice President of KOSCOM, Park Sung-yong. I would like to thank Asia Business Daily for giving me this wonderful opportunity to talk to you about MyData in Korea. Today, I'll talk about some specific business cases of how to respond to this MyData trend.
4차 산업혁명 이렇게 시대에 오면서
As we are entering the fourth industrial revolution era, the data is gaining a lot more importance. For example, the sales of vehicle is going to be smaller than the sales of data generated by the automobiles. So as you're driving the car, you will be generating a lot of data, and the companies will be making more money by selling your data than by selling the car to you. So the data is going to play an increasingly important role in the future business.
21세기에는
Data is often called the oil of the 21st century.
1차 산업 시대에는
In the fourth industrial revolution, steam engine machines were the key. In the second and third and in the fourth industrial revolution era, everything is based on data. AI, blockchain, cloud, they will all be based on data. So without data, there won't be any business or services.
데이터의 어떤 4차 산업혁명의 핵심
Therefore, data is emerging as one of the key pillars of the fourth industrial revolution. And in line with such changes, the Korean government or the Korea has introduced MyData.
그런 데이터가 산업 전반에 미치는
Therefore, let me now talk about the impact of MyData in our industries. Recently, the Korean government has established various legislations for MyData and for fintech, financial industries, or other related industries. Now, they are introducing new ways of utilizing MyData in their operation. But before that, let me talk about how far Korea has come for MyData. In 2020, February, 3 major acts for data have been introduced: Credit Protection Act, Privacy Protection Act, Information Communication Network Act. So that has paved the way for introduction of MyData in Korea. These acts went into effect 6 months later in August of 2020. And various trials and errors, after going through that, in January of 2021, about 40 MyData operators have been selected, and one of them was Cocoon. So after a preparation phase of 1.5 years, MyData service began in earnest in December 2021. As of May of this year, we were still in the initial phase of MyData. And we are learning a lot about business models related to MyData. Many fintech and financial companies are trying to come up with innovative services on the basis of MyData.
이런 마이데이터를 통해 가지고 기업이
And through MyData, new business opportunities, I'm sure, will be created.
그럼 금융권 마이데이터 사례를
So let me give you some case studies about MyData case in financial industry. This is about KB Bank.
기술을 적극 활용하고
KB Bank is actively utilizing MyData service platform based on MyData, Big Data, and AI. And they're looking for other ways to develop this platform further, not just for the financial properties, but the bank is planning to offer an integrated asset management services that includes physical assets as well, so that the customers can have a single point bulletin board or dashboard for looking into all of their assets. And they're also providing asset comparison analysis and product recommendations based on the age, place of residence, and profession of their customers. And recently, because of the pandemic, more and more people are showing interest in asset investment, not just for the securities, but also in the real estate sectors. And KB MyData is a services that provides AI investment recommendation services based on customer stock investment information. Big tech company case. This is KakaoPay. I believe everybody in Korea uses KakaoTalk for their messaging, and they also offer KakaoPay, and about 30 million people use KakaoPay. It's a payment service and remittance services. And it also transforming itself into day-to-day financial service platform. And recently, they are creating a lot of new services related to loans, investment. KakaoPay is providing the loan comparison services, including 50 financial institutions, so that customers can pick and choose the best loan products. And recently, as many people are showing strong interest there in their health as they enter their 50s and 60s, they would be keenly interested in their health-related information. So the KakaoPay is providing the insurance reimbursement services for hospital fee and pharmaceutical fee. And as for the cars, well, I've been driving my car for 5 years now, and I would be really interested in knowing how I can sell my car as a second-hand car at the most attractive price. And when somebody is buying a second-hand car, they can also refer to the market price, specification of the cars, as well as the repair history of their car. This will facilitate second-hand car transaction. Last case is about fintech MyData, Bank Salad. They used the scrapping technology to offer asset management services. It's really difficult to get consent certificate from customers to offer integrated asset management services. MyData has resolved a lot of inconveniences, and I think Bank Salad is doing a good job of using these services. They provide personalized, customized investment recommendation services. And Bank Salad will identify your consumption patterns and then they will offer, if you're spending a lot of money traveling, they will recommend you travel insurance product. And if you're using a lot of credit cards, then they will come out with the best credit card products for you. Recently, they are now offering financial asset analysis services that recommends best financial products for your post-retirement life. KakaoPay also offers the health-related solutions, and Bank Salad does too. Bank Salad analyzes various health data for you, including health checkup information, genomic information, and gives you the best insurance recommendation for you. MyData service in Korea is led by financial industry, but in the future, all the personal data can be included in this scope. Then it comes down to how the data will be collected and connected. KOSCOM, my company, is a company that provides data connection and gathering services. And KOSCOM, I think, has provided the cornerstone for introducing MyData in Korea. Collecting and connecting data, that's what KOSCOM does. KOSCOM is working with various 1,800 corporate customers. KOSCOM is a B2B company based on MyData. It's not a B2C company. So we're working with insurance companies, credit card companies. So personal financial data can be standardized into a standard format by KOSCOM. So what kind of data does KOSCOM collect? KOSCOM collects data from 2,500 institutions in 40 countries. We collect data on a daily basis, and with that data, we provide that data for corporate businesses. And in order to connect these, we have three major technologies. We have scrapping technology, and we have Open API Hub and Settlement Network. MyData uses Open API. So we are serving as an Open API Hub. So we collect and connect data based on API. So what kind of data do we collect? KOSCOM collects data from 500 public and financial institutions in Korea, credit card companies, security, insurance, van, public institutions, retail, and e-commerce. Any information that companies need are collected and provided on a daily basis, and based on such cornerstone, we are also collecting data from overseas. Companies have to do their business based on their information, so we are collecting that information from overseas, from about 2,000 financial institutions in 40 countries in Asia, North America, Europe, Middle East, Oceania. So we are collecting corporate MyData from overseas as well. So in order to promote the convenience of using such data, we provide the connecting services. Using the scrapping services, we collect the information from the internet, from public institutions, logistics, and marketing data.
어떤 법제도화에 오픈되어 있는
So
오픈 API
there's the open, we use open financial API, and we also combine that information by using other technologies. And such technologies are, we have a lot of patents home and abroad for such technologies. And for financial industry, we provide real-time connection services. For example, Kakao Pay, they offer loan product comparison services in collaboration with 50 financial institutions. And KUKON connects these 50 financial institutions for Kakao Pay. And that information is offered to Kakao Pay, TOS, or Pinda for their loan comparison services. And such loan comparison services are provided on the basis of MyData, and KUKON for open banking, MyData, and public open API. We are providing open API hubs so that we can go around various technology constraints and license constraints. By collecting and connecting data, in order to facilitate such process, we provide 250 APIs, 250 global institutions with the APIs. For personal data, we provide personal asset, income, health checkup, communication, points, rewards, and corporations. They have their corporate MyData. They have corporate credit card usage, income statement, and financial bank transactions. And we also provide APIs for payment services, individual payment, and also corporate payment for their corporate financial transactions. And this is what KUKON is all about. KUKON.net has Korea's largest data API store. If you go to KUKON.net, you'll be able to easily search for the API that you need, and the list of our API is growing. So please visit KUKON.net. So let me now talk about how KUKON is addressing the challenges or opportunities created by MyData. In January of last year, KUKON was selected as one of the MyData operators in Korea. But before that, KUKON has continuously tried to provide business continuity with MyData. And as a result, we created some MyData products, including MyData plugin. And when MyData providers opened their data, we thought they would need some kind of platform, and that's why we created MyData Open Box. And to gather the data and the easiness of data collection, we created MyData All-in-One for gathering of Open API MyData. And well, ultimately, the goal would be to create profits by using MyData. So MyData operators, we thought they could promote the sales and distribution of financial products. That's why many companies have come up with loan comparison services, and some insurance recommendations are in line, and credit card product recommendation services. To enable such product creation, we have created a MyData F-Info platform.
마이데이터 플러그인입니다.
So let me talk about MyData plugin.
개인을 위한 마이데이터 서비스를 하기보다는
KOSCOM,
무조건
basically,
마이데이터 서비스에 대한 것들은 개인을 위한 서비스도 쿠코는 하고 있는
of course, we provide MyData services for individuals, but on top of that, there are companies, startup companies or fintech companies who are planning to offer MyData, but they just don't have the license to do so. They have to meet some strict qualifications to become a MyData operators, and they would have to make a lot of investment because personal data is at stake here. So many startup companies or fintech companies fall short of getting the license for MyData services. And for those unlicensed companies, we are providing MyData plugin services. So we can help out unlicensed operators by offering personalized or customized services for that client company. And KOSCOM MyData plugin service case study, BNK Financial Group. BNK Financial Group, because of some legislative challenges, they were not able to offer their own MyData services. BNK Financial Group provides not just an integrated asset management services, but they have the securities, savings bank, capital companies within their financial group. So there was a need to provide an integrated asset search services inside their group. So they created in-group integrated asset search services based on MyData plugin. Of course, you can also apply this concept to offering such services across many different financial groups, not just inside a financial group. This is a case study of Samsung credit card. Samsung card did a case that's similar to the previous case of BNK Financial Group. They wanted to create their own integrated asset management services. So they worked with MyData to offer integrated asset management services, consumption pattern analysis services, and spending pattern reference services based on their MyData services. Recently, Samsung Card they have decided to further their cooperation with KOSCOM and coming up with many new business ideas. And Samsung Group was interested in creating an integrated asset management services across the affiliates of Samsung Group. And Hanwha Life Insurance, Hanwha Life Insurance was targeting freelance workers so that they can do end-of-year settlement. I think these services will be opened in the near future, and freelance or SOHO business owners have a lot of information about their business, and freelance workers, they have to do settlement at the end of the year, and they're looking for ways to save the tax they have to pay. So by looking at the income and spending details of personal business owners. The Hanwha Life Insurance is going to come out with a product or services that can recommend them best products to save their tax. When this service is launched, not just the Hanwha Life Insurance, but other life insurance fintech companies will be pushed to come out with similar products. 웨이커.
아까 서두에 말씀드린 것 같이 마이데이터 이렇게 라이센스를 국내에서 취득받으려면
In order to get MyData business license in Korea, you have to meet a lot of strict criteria. But Waker is a community service provider, and they just did not have the resources to meet all the qualifications to get the license. So that's why they contacted KUKON, and Waker is trying to provide an investment portfolio services. And by analyzing the individual's investment patterns, they want to recommend the best investment portfolio for their customers. There are many other companies like Waker. For stock industry, there are many discussion forum services. Well, I heard dozens of companies who would be very much interested in launching such products. And when Waker launches such product, I'm sure it's going to be very helpful for growing their business. And this MyData is about providing the platform between supply and demand for personal information. And we are also helping MyData operators by providing an all-in-one product. Personal credit information residing in MyData company can be exchanged with other MyData businesses based on our open box or all-in-one open box. This is a case study using open box. NH 농협 Capital has a lot of personal credit information, and when there is a request, they have to send personal credit information. And they were kind of concerned about the cost of making all of this system by themselves, but they have decided to use and adopt KUKON's system. So with a minimum amount of investment, they were able to use the MyData Open API. Large financial institutions might have their own resources to build the system themselves, but small companies like 농협 might benefit a lot by working with KUKON. By using our open box API services, they can achieve a lot. This is Uri Card. Uri Card is also a MyData operator. In order to collect data from all financial institutions, they thought about what would be the best way. So they have introduced our all-in-one platform without having to build any organization or system. So for gathering the data and opening the data, they have used our MyData open box all-in-one at the same time, using both of KUKON's platform to launch their own services.
마이데이터
And MyData
결국은 서비스하는 사업자들이
service providers,
뭔가 효과가 있어야지만 됩니다.
they have to actually
지금 현재
have some kind of business benefits for MyData to take a big jump. In Korea,
매출이 일어날 수
MyData can generate profits by distributing the related products in Korea.
지금 현재 마이데이터
Currently,
국내 서비스 같은 경우에는
in Korea,
유통을 통해서만
money can be made only by distributing and selling financial products. So, KOSCOM provides financial product related information to financial institutions, and we are providing the online platform for financial information. So, for example, loan product related information from banks, credit card companies, insurance, security companies, or credit card, insurance, security related information can be distributed, and KOSCOM F-Info will provide the platform for promoting the distribution of such financial product information. Kakao, Naver, Toss, Pinda, these companies are starting to use financial product information platform of KOSCOM to distribute and develop their own financial products. For example, Kakao Pay's loan comparison services. These days, financial institutions are offering a lot of online loan services. Because in the past, you had to go to a bank branch, provide them with so many documents, proving your income, proving your employment. And it was very inconvenient and cumbersome to get a loan from banks. But recently, more than 80% of loans are processed online with no face-to-face transactions. Therefore, Kakao Pay is offering loan comparison services so people can get the loan they need without going to the bank branch. MyData in Korea started in the financial industry. It started about 6 months ago, and MyData, I believe, will expand from financial industry to other areas such as public, healthcare, communication, and shopping. So personal data will increasingly be shared, opened. When we read some newspapers, there are also talk about opening public sector data and healthcare data, which is quite sensitive. Between 2030 to 2034, well, it seems like the government, and since after 2024, private companies will be able to share health data, not just for the financial industry, but public communication, healthcare can be part of MyData. So KOSCOM's MyData, Big Tech, MyData, they will all grow to be used widely in future businesses. So public healthcare, communication, all these data will be increasingly open, and this will be expanded into non-financial areas such as retail shopping. And healthcare, like prescription, medication information is being used now. A lot of communication data is already open, but there will be more data added to this, and personal data a lot of it is related to shopping, settlement, hotel, accommodation, travel information. So I'm sure this MyData will be expanded into these data as well.
결국은 데이터가 오픈되고 활용도가 많이 늘어나면
As data are shared and opened, a lot of personal data will be accumulated. Credit card information, financial product information, real estate, and this information will be used for financial product recommendation and real-time data analysis. Like financial institutions would be very much interested in predicting customer attrition. Public services can also be improved or personalized. Standardized big data will be used widely, and MyData services will expand as a result. So I think I'm finishing my presentations 5 minutes ahead of schedule. But basically, all the personal information, public, retail, financial information are going to be valuable information. KOSCOM is going to gather and connect not just the financial data, but non-financial data as well. And not just for domestic data, but we are expanding our infrastructure to foreign data. KOSCOM will create KOSCOM inside ERA, where business information from all over the world is connected into one. Thank you very much. And could you please stay on the stage for Q&A? Now, you have shared for a large number of specific corporate case studies and how they're utilizing MyData, and you have introduced some of the services KOSCOM provides. So let me ask you the first question. In Korea, still there is some negative perception of MyData. Some people say, I don't see how MyData helps me. So how do you foresee the demand for MyData in Korea? Correct? MyData is kind of limited to financial industry now, and it's just 6 months into the introducing the service. And it's difficult to create a positive impression of such service in just the 6 months, but I'm sure such perception will change dramatically 2 years or 3 years from now. When public healthcare data are also opened, people will be able to benefit from sharing the data related to their health, their assets, and once they begin to see the benefits of sharing that information, actually helping them to manage their health and assets better, I'm sure people will begin to have positive perception of MyData. Well, we are still in the initial stage of MyData, and big tech or fintech are trying to come up with a better value proposition for customers. Thank you very much. Next question is how startups or fintechs. Well, KOSCOM said that KOSCOM provides the plug-in services for unlicensed businesses. Well, wasn't it only the licensed companies that were allowed to do MyData services? Is it legal for unlicensed companies to do that? You need MyData license to offer MyData services. But some financial institutions have some legislative problems, like BNK, financial group, Samsung credit card. They are legally bound not to be able to launch MyData services for a certain period of time. to resolve such problems, they can sign affiliation with MyData operators. That is mentioned in the MyData guidelines. With the web view of MyData operators, they can include that and introduce plugin services, and they will be entitled to offer MyData services. And fintech companies, when they have some legislative obstacles in offering MyData services, they can work with MyData operators by connecting them through MyData plugin platform. Thank you very much. Let me move on to the next question. DGME's keynote speaker has made a keynote presentation. So is DGME and KUKON in the same business? What's the difference between the two companies? Yes, I have listened to the keynote presentation. Well, we are both B2B companies. The only difference, I haven't had the time to think about the difference between the two companies. And KUKON is not for individuals. Our business is supporting corporations so that they can come up with services for individuals. So we are a B2B company. When a company cannot offer MyData services because of some restrictions, KUKON helps them out so that they can launch MyData services. Thank you very much. Next question is, among the foreign MyData service providers or business cases, would you recommend any company or cases for Korean companies to refer to as a best practice benchmark case? Well, Mint, Plate, there are companies that provide similar services as KUKON. But I really haven't thought about this question seriously, but let me get back to you after I have had time to research some case studies that we can refer to. Next question is, in your presentation, you've talked about financial, retail, healthcare data, but what are other service areas that can potentially benefit from MyData? Financial, distribution, public healthcare, they will continuously be opened and shared. But on top of personal data, there's also a lot of corporate-related data. Corporations also have a lot of financial transaction information and public sector information. So I think we can use a lot of corporate data, and they can provide benefits to some other businesses as well. Well, actually, many people have asked questions, and let me move on to the next question. In Korea, organization-centered MyData seems to be prevalent, but in other countries, they tend to come up with consortium-based exclusive MyData services. So in order to overcome that, what kind of countermeasures does KUKON have? Well, that question was quite long. Can you ask me one more time? In Korea, MyData is based on organizations or institutions. And some companies are establishing consortiums and creating exclusive data platforms. To overcome this, what kind of countermeasures is KUKON planning to prevent this? Correct. Big tech companies tend to take leadership in MyData. KUKON is a member of FinTech Technology Association, and KUKON works closely with small FinTech companies and companies that are interested in offering MyData services. So we are a member of FinTech Technology Association. We are very active as a member. And not just for the financial industry data, we are looking for non-financial data for gathering
이런 부분들을 보시면
and connecting.
앞으로 아마 마이데이터 서비스를 하고자 하는
Based on this,
기업들한테 좀
I think KOSCOM will be very helpful to companies that are planning to offer MyData services. So we are still in the starting phase, but I think we'll continue to grow. The next question is, as people utilize their MyData, can they predict their future health using their MyData?
저는 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
Yeah, I think that would be possible.
이 마이데이터 이렇게 하면서 제 자산을
As I was engaged in MyData, I have learned a lot about my assets, my debt,
얼마나 갚아야
and how much debt I need to pay back to be financially healthy.
흩어져 있는 은행들과
This information was scattered. Before, I had to visit multiple financial institutions, but having all that information in one page, now I have a better picture and understanding of my financial state and my future cash flow, and I can better predict my future finance. So when more personal data is opened in the future, I'm sure people will be in a better position to control and manage their financial and healthcare status. Thank you very much. Not just collecting the current information, but they can utilize this information to predict future. Let me move on to the next question. Korean companies, in order to be more competitive in MyData in the global market, what kind of obstacles do you think Korean companies have to overcome, and how can governments can help?
제가 가끔씩 한 달에 아니면 두 달에 한 번씩
Once in a month or once in 2 months, I participate in a meeting of fintech companies. We share a lot of information in that meeting. In order to be globally competitive, we need a lot of changes in the legislative framework. Laws and regulations should change, and FSS and we FSC, we talk to them all the time. And recently, FSS and FSC and the Korean government are trying to do their best to open MyData, and I'm sure we'll be globally competitive in the near future. Yes. There is a need for legislative changes. Next question is, in order to differentiate MyData contents, what kind of things the companies should give serious thought, discussion, or review? Well, that's one thing I'm thinking about all the time. Well, you can't really be competitive by offering garden variety MyData services. You have to come up with unique MyData content to be successful. For example, Pinda provides MyData services dedicated to loan products. 5 years ago, they came to KOSCOM and they told us what kind of MyData services they want to launch, but they did not have the financial resources to launch it by themselves. And now, based on their partnership with KOSCOM, they have grown a lot based on MyData services. So you need to come out with your unique MyData services. If you're going to come out with something that not similar across the board, then you're not going to be successful. So you need to come up with products that's unique and most appropriate. Following question is, after joining MyData services, was there any specific case where customers benefited from MyData services? Well, MyData service opened only recently, so it would be difficult to come out with a customer benefits case right away, but when MyData opened, a lot of loan comparison products were offered. Let's say you're paying 5% interest rate on your loan now, but if you can reduce your loan interest rate, you will benefit a lot using these comparison services. And not just for the loan, but credit card, insurance will also come out with similar products for individual users. And I'm sure these individual users will benefit from such personalized services. And MyData will continue to create some more positive cases in other areas. And the data you have collected with scrapping technologies, and you turn that into API. So what do you think about regulatory barriers for scrapping technologies? 15 years ago, KOSCOM used the scrapping technology to offer API services, and that was our business model. And recently, because of regulations, we were experiencing a lot of problems with scrapping technologies. But ultimately, not all the information will be fully opened. And in order to overcome such limits, well, Europe initially tried to restrict scrapping technologies, and they had a lot of regulatory barriers against scrapping technologies. But recently, Japan, Europe, they are all removing the barriers against the scrapping technologies. And I think Korea needs to go in the same direction with its regulations. KOSCOM will continue to work about this and also think about expanding the scope and technology options. So this is going to be the last question. What kind of data would KOSCOM be most interested in expanding its scope? KOSCOM is designed for financial and public sector information collection and connection, but we would like to expand to logistics, retail, and other market information. And I'm sure such information will be used more widely in MyData services, not just for Korea, but also overseas. We are going to continue to look for ways to collect overseas information. We are already collecting some overseas corporate information, but we are also going to open to collecting individual informations from overseas. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vice President Park. And also, thank you for answering all the questions from the audience. I would like to ask you to give him a big round of applause one more time. Thank you.
That was Mr. Sung-Young Park of KOSCOM. So he has given us an excellent presentation, as well as he has also answered questions. And this concludes the morning session of the 2022 South Asia Financial Forum. Now we're going to go to a lunch break. So please enjoy lunch and take a brief break and come back to the session, which will begin at 1 o'clock. We will have experts from home and abroad who will be providing you with valuable insights. So do come back before 1 o'clock. Thank you.
네, 지금부터
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to resume the 11th Seoul Asia Financial Forum, and the afternoon program will start now. Please pick Korean and English. And if you register, post your questions on the YouTube channel. We're going to ask our speakers to address some of the questions. Now we are going to invite co-founder and product director of Octo, Mr. Paul Jansen. He will talk about MyData and asset management. Please welcome Director Paul Jansen with a
Good afternoon over there, Korea. Over here in the Netherlands, it's still very early in the morning. But I'm very pleased to meet you all online. So my name is Paul Jansen. I'm product director of Octo, as said, as was introduced. And I will give you now a presentation that lasts about 40 minutes around Octo, what we do, who we are, and how we came to be who we are, and how we go further to the future. So please note any questions you have. At the end, there will be a Q&A from around 10 minutes, and I'm very happy to answer any questions that you might have. So let me start with sharing my screen so we can start the presentation. So hopefully you do now see my screen. If not, the moderator will surely let me know, and I will then start this presentation. So what we will do in the presentation, we will, well, as I said, it will last around 40 minutes. I will talk about Octo. I will give you a demo. It's not a live demo. I recorded it, and then we go into well, the ready for the future part and end with a Q&A. So let me start and talk a bit about Octo, what it is. We now already are in our 6th year, already scaling up the organization. Now we work with, well, almost already more than 40 employees, and we have plus 40 customers all in the Netherlands. In the end of the presentation, or halfway, I will give you an insight in who those customers then are. But we are a scale-up, and we are growing rapidly. We do now around 10,000 transactions each week, which means that already in 2022 there will be more than 500,000 Dutch people, working with Octo. And also in the past years, already a couple of million people already used Octo. So it's not small anymore, and we're getting more and more important in this industry. So what is our positioning? We are the platform for personal data sharing. We're now in the Netherlands. We'd like to grow into Europe, but in the Netherlands, we're now known as the platform for personal data sharing. And we actually have 3 key things that we always take into account. One is that, of course, we want to be secure, not only in a technical way, but also, of course, in the GDPR, the regulation around data privacy. Those 2 things are key in everything that we do. The trusted part is more about, let's say, that the data using service can really not only trust that we are secure, but especially can trust the data that they receive. So the data that we collect or let the user collect and share is always data they can trust, so they can automate their acceptance processes, can use that data instead of using, manual forms or any other things that individuals in let's say in the old world, between quotes, gives you. And then simple is, especially from a user perspective, it should be very, very easy to use the platform for the consumer. But also simple means that also for a data consuming service, it should be relatively simple to retrieve the data, to connect to the platform, and to use the data that then individuals can share. Now, importantly is then what can a data using service then collect via Octo, and what can consumers collect for them. Now, what we want to be is that for any use case, for onboarding a new customer, or also for lifecycle management, the consumer should only use Octo to deliver all data that he needs for this service. So we then divide all our features into these 5 pillars. One is everything around identification and authentication. I will come back to that a little bit. We call this Octo ID. We have a quite broad range of public data sources. So these are the data sources that that our government gives us as citizens of the Netherlands, and that we can go into, log into with our digital identity that's given by the government. The other one is private data sources. Most known is the bank transactions. The PSD2 is quite big in Europe, getting bigger. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but that is the regulation in Europe that forces banks to enable parties like Octo to help consumers get all the bank transactions out of the banking systems and be able to share that data with other parties. The fourth one is the pillar is the personal data sources. That's something to still build on. I'll come back to that in a couple of slides, but we will build on in the rest of 2022. And then ending also with a little bit what's a bit more in the future, that we also want to be able to sign contracts, or maybe even sign let's say payments, payment forms and that kind of stuff, so that in the end, as a consumer, you only need Octo to share all data, but also be able to sign off any contract that is at the end of that. Mostly then it's the last touch point in getting to be a consumer, a client for any of our clients. Now, public data sources, the ones that we currently serve is, we have quite big websites. By the way, it's all websites. So on the government side in the Netherlands, still all over Europe, by the way, there are no APIs yet delivered by the government. So that forces us actually to have a solution where we let the user log in and then scrape the data from a website. After that, minimize the data to the data that is needed for the consuming service. But yeah, it's not a perfect world there yet. So we will get there. Something happened here. We will get there in the end because new European regulation is coming up, and that in the coming 5 to 10 years, all governments in the Europe are forced to also, like banks, make it possible to share the data through solid solutions that also cover GDPR regulations and that kind of stuff. We also, as citizens in the Netherlands, have a tax authority, of course, like everybody else in the world, but we are also able to download data from there, which is quite wealthy data. So that's the next data source. We also have an employment authority where not only people that are unemployed can find their, the wages that they get from the government, but also any employee in the Netherlands can find their lots of data, around 5 years of data around his employment. The pension authority, in the Netherlands, you get something from the state, but also for every employment that you had, there will be a pension fund there for that employment. So there's one other source where you can find all the data around pensions for yourself. And then the last one is what we call Duo. That's how we call it in the Netherlands. That's an environment where you can find student debt, student loans. So as a student in the Netherlands, you can get a loan from the government, which you have to pay back in about 40 years. And in this environment, you can see the current state of the possible loan that you would have there, and all that information, of course, is around loans is obviously used by parties in the Netherlands that they will give you a new loan or mortgage, and they of course need to know how your current state is on income and debts. The private data sources, we do something like a name check, especially for when we do bank transactions, the Dutch Netherlands Bank, they say, well, you can do this. You can connect to the PSD2 world. But if you want to have a license to do that, you also need to make sure that every customer that you onboard that goes through your system is covered with the proper CDD check. And one of the checks is the money laundering law claims. Is that you check if the person is actually a publicly exposed person, or somebody who is on a list to be known as a possible terrorist. So those two so sanctioned people and publicly exposed people are not allowed on our platform at the moment. Well, sanctioned people will never be. Publicly exposed people will be, but not for getting bank transactions, but for name checks and that kind of checks, we will allow also publicly exposed people to be on our platform. The other private source is banks. Obviously, we now connect to all Dutch banks, but this is European law, so we will be able, with our PSD2 license, also to connect to any other bank throughout Europe. Unfortunately, in Europe, there is a lot of regulation, but what they did not regulate is the way those banks design their APIs. So every bank has its own solution, and in the end, but you can connect to it, and every connection to every bank is potentially different from the other bank. So there are now already, of course, companies in between that make sure that they know all the API. That they know all those APIs. So for us as Octo, it's then easier to connect to the world of banks by using one of those providers, which we obviously also do in the Netherlands. One other private data source is, it's a declaration also, not really the tax authority, but there are declarations around income that we also can use, and that you can upload as a user. Now, something what we now adding towards the platform is what we discovered new already a little bit, of course, is that we have a lot of data, but it's lots of time just not enough. It's about 90%, 80%, sometimes up to 100. But a lot of times, especially at the end of the process, the data consuming service needs a little bit more info. For instance, in the Netherlands, it's important when you sign a contract with a bank, the bank needs to know if you are originally an American citizen. Something simple, but not something that you find on any data source that we have in the Netherlands. So for that reason, and for little other declarations that you need to make as a client, we will now bring also forms into the Octo platform. Those forms are pre-designed, and as a data consumer service, you can ask to fill in a certain form, and Octo will then present that form to the user. You can fill it out, and then he can save it as a signed PDF that he then can share to the platform. But also other documents, like a document that you, for instance, imagine you are somebody who is divorced, and then in some services, it's important to know that if you are divorced, maybe you pay an alimony to your ex-partner, or maybe you receive an alimony from your ex-partner. Then you need to prove that. You can prove it a little bit via bank transactions, but that's still, let's say, not too mature yet that our data consuming services accept that as to be the truth. Therefore, you need then to give all your, I don't know exactly the word in English, the document that describes all the arrangements around your divorce. Well, that contract can then be uploaded, or you can, make a photocopy of it. And also then via a signed PDF, it will be shared with the data consuming party. That's around what we will do in the rest of 2022. I think that will be already at the end of December, maybe early January. But what we come with next month, in about a week, we will introduce Octo ID. And Octo ID is really a very, very simple way to identify yourself online without the use of a passport or any identification document. The only thing you need to do is to sign in to two websites. One is the real government websites where you really find the data as you are known by the government. And the other data source is a private data source. That's what we call Bank ID in the Netherlands. So you can log also into your Bank ID. And together they are really a very strong identity by combining the two, matching them. That not only gives you a strong identification, but also a very broad set of data that you then can use to, as a data consuming service to, for instance, do your KYC program, which will be different from one company to the other, right? So if you have a KYC program at a bank, will be a bit broader than if you do the onboard yourself as a customer for any other kind of company in the Netherlands. Now, it is a very simple way of identifying yourself. No need for scanning a passport, making a photocopy, selfies, all that kind of stuff. It's just two simple logins, which makes us compliant to European AML regulation and Sanction Act accordingly. It's very well on the GDPR part. So the data minimization, you only need to share the data part. You do not have to say, share your social security number. You don't need not share your photo or your writing. So it's only the data that's needed. And the good thing on the other side also from the data consuming party is that everything is digitalized. So you can really digitalize this part of the very important part, of course, of the customer onboarding is the identification, and you can fully digitalize it and do not have to rely on copies of passports that lots of times are just not good enough. So a very quick, simple way for getting reliable data. And of course, as Okta, we expect a lot from this feature, and we think not only it will be simple for the consumers and the data consuming parties, all the customers that we already have, but we also think that with this feature we can enter new markets, simple markets where people meet each other, like consumers meet each other, or where very quick transactions are made between individuals and parties, but where trust around who the other one is really essential. Now, going into the demo here, so let me explain a little bit how Okta works. To be able to receive data via the Okta platform, you need to be licensed. So any provider, what we call it provider data consuming service, any provider will have a license. He will pay an annual fee, and on top of that, he will pay a fee per transaction. And then how does it work? The institution will start up an Okta session that is represented as a QR code or a link, and that QR code will then be scanned by the user with his phone. The phone will, via deep linking, see, hey, Okta is already on the phone, or it's not on the phone yet. So he will guide the user to install Okta, and then as soon as Okta started, it will know what the data consuming service wanted. That was already in the information was given when he started up Okta. So the phone knows to go through the data sources that are requested. User will log into those data sources. Data will be either via APIs or scraped and then shown to the user. He can browse through that data and then give his consent, and then the data will be sent to the requester. So let me go into the demo. So imagine you are invited. This is in perfect Dutch. This is the demo company that did an invite to you, and you clicked on some website, or it's an email. Doesn't really matter. There's some link towards Okta, and so what it will do, it will ask you to open the app or install it, right? Because he now sees that you do not have the app yet. It will guide you to the store. You will install Octo, open Octo, and via the deep linking mechanism, Octo already knows what to do. In this case, it will guide you through 3 things. It will guide you through the MyGov environment, to the salary environment, where you find everything about your employment. And then also it will go through the Octo ID part, letting you log in once more to get your ID. And how does it work? You just simply click. You will go to the government login, which it's not something in our control, of course. You will just log in, and then it will start scraping the data, getting the data into the phone, logging out of that website again, and simply will go to the next site. And then the exact same thing happens again. You log in to that specific data source, and the scraping from that data source will happen again until it's finished. Now all data is available, and now you need to do the last part over here, is identify with your bank ID. And that is, you just select the bank of your, that you use. You'll go into the bank app that's normally on your phone, or you will go to the website of the bank. And also here, it's very simple. You log in, and it's done. So now also I demonstrated Octo ID, which will be introduced next week, simply by logging into the MyGov environment, and after that logging into the bank. Of course, with some algorithms, we can combine the two and make sure that your identity is set. Now, not in this demo, but what normally is now here is all the data that has been shared will now be shown to you. You can browse through it. You can go into all the details and see if you actually want to share this data. And if you want to share the data, you just click this opt-in and send the data. The data now will be, sent to the Octo platform. It will be, we make a nice a JSON overview from it, and we will send it to the endpoint that was pre-configured by the data consuming service. So that we also know everything with SSL connections, of course, and that kind of stuff. So it's also secure. Now, what's now happened with that data, can be 2 things. It's either just given to the data consuming service and that's done, but also could be an ongoing consent. So it could also be that you as an individual say, well, save this data for a process that I'm in now for 90 days or whatever. So that also another data consuming service that's connected to the Octo platform can use parts of that data somewhere else in the chain that I'm in. As an example, let's say the mortgage broker asks you for your data so they can give you a proper advice, and also offer you, get some offers in from banks for you. Now, and let's say that is the demo company. What then could be is that the consumer already, sends the data to the demo company. Demo company does all kinds of things for you. And then he asks ING and ABN AMRO and Rabobank for an offer to give for a mortgage. Now, what now they all 3 can do is they can just go into that data wallet of this user and request additional data. Because they are connected to the platform, they can, and it will pop up as a notification into your phone, like, hey, ING used this data for your offer, or ABN AMRO did. And as long as you think you're happy with them using that data for that process, you will just get those notifications in. But you also can stop that consent at any time, so they can not use that data anymore. And also automatically, of course, it will be destroyed after some time. When the consent is too old. So with that solution, you as a consumer only need to onboard yourself once at the broker, and allow the broker to share that data. so any other party in the chain can use that data. So you are serviced by those parties before, without you having to share like your identification or other materials in multiple times, and having to send your data all over the world with emails and other stuff. So that is the demo I want to give. Well, in the Netherlands, we already are quite regulated. When you want to be a service as Octo, a provider of data in the financial markets, you already need to be, you are supervised by the Dutch authority, the financial authority. And because we also have a PSD2 license, we also are supervised by the Dutch Netherlands Bank. So having said that, this is quite something in the Netherlands. If you are under control by the Dutch Netherlands Bank, that also means that your organization, needs to be compliant to all the rules, of course, and make all the reports in time and all that kind of stuff. So that is for a small company, as Octo was a couple of years ago. Well, still not too big, but we were only, let's say, a couple of 10 people in the beginning. Quite something to grow from being a startup, going into that market, and then having suddenly have to deal with institutions like the Netherlands Bank was quite something for us. So we really need to grow up quickly. We already were, and now for the 5th year in a row, are now ISO have the ISO 27001 certificate. Of course, because we think security comes first, but also because our customers demand us to be so. It really helped us also to mature, to get more mature in the world of security and regulation, but also and as a result, our platform became a lot better because of our certification. And still, we are growing each year, getting better and better in the way we process everything that's going on within the organization, actually. And then now for the 3rd year in a row, we also are officially a MyData operator. Also, that means that we, coming a bit to the second part of my presentation is, if you start an organization like Octo, you have, you just start and you want to create a solution and make it sustainable. And then MyData operator came up, and that really helped us to also more define who we wanted to be, and also defined the way we think about sharing data and the role we play. And that also helped me to design the platform in a better way. Well, this is a list of, it's not fully complete, about the financial institutions that now work in the Netherlands with Octo. And as I don't know how familiar you are with the European market, of course, but all, let's say, big names are there. Everybody actually works now with Octo with this. So I think it's more closer to 50 banks now than the 40 that were in the first slide. But actually means that ING, ABN AMRO, Rabo, but also lots of insurance companies. This is more like a big pension fund. The biggest mortgage brokers in the Netherlands, they all work with Octo. So now we do this 500,000 transactions now. And mostly that's done in the with financial institutions. We also do other markets, but outside of let's say the banking and mortgage world, like private lease and consumer finance. But also we do a business with local governments for, let's say, specific use cases that have nothing to do with finance. So it's growing more and more. We're getting more and more known, and instead of going to the outside world, telling what Octo is, what data sharing is, data sharing itself becomes more and more popular. So people find us now more from themselves than that we have to search for them. But still, this is, let's say, the second section of the presentation. As Octo, we started in 2016 or 2015, even with the idea, of course, and then but we had some idea And that idea is not 100% the same idea as we have it today. You get more and more familiar with that market of data sharing, and you need to adapt, of course. So we looked at what we think, a little bit, to the future. What would now be very typical use cases for any individual in the Netherlands? What would you find normal in around, let's say, between 5 and 10 years from now? And one of them would be what I think he would be. Everybody, and I think also in this audience, will create accounts. Maybe tens or maybe even more accounts every year on the internet. And then, if you create an account, you always have to do the same things, right? You have to write down your name, your address, some nickname, passwords, all that kind of stuff, and then there's an account created. And that's not too complicated, right? People do it all the time. But we think it would help if you just by having a QR code there on the website, scanning the website, then the Octo app already knows which data that website needs for creating that account, and just share it, and the account is created instantly. That will give a couple of opportunities. One is the data consuming service, this website, then can trust the data that is given. He knows the email is correct, he knows the name is correct, and the address, which is quite important in lots of cases. You as a consumer also know you didn't make any typos. But also, what also could be, and that is maybe even far the future, is that those attributes are not even shared anymore with that data consuming service. That is just, there will be an account created without any name, without any address. And as soon as that address is needed, it will be asked for via this contract that's now here. So this will be, I think, very important going forward, is that we will try to create services that not give data, but give access to data instead of the data itself. Buying on credit, of course, already there, but getting. I think if you stand in a line at a market and you buy a big television for more than €1,000, not everybody can buy that instantly. Want to buy it on credit? You can go the American way with credit cards, but you also can do it in another way, so that you instead of paying with your credit card, you would pay with something like an Octo account, where you instantly could see if the person is able to pay back the credit, let's say, and you can you can create an account while you're buying it, instead of filling in all kinds of contracts. Just by a little click, they can do a check on your income, on your assets, and see if you're good for your money, and give you the contract instantly when you want to buy when you want to buy something. So this instant credit, not only on credit score, but on actual trusted data, that is, I think, a market that we step into. This would be another solution. Like we in the Netherlands, we all have to get at home. We have an energy portal for in any home, where you can digitally see what your spendings are on energy. Another solution, for instance, could be that we have a connection to that portal. Of you as a consumer, of course, have a connection to that portal and can use that information to sign contracts that are, for instance, for the solution would be the green mortgage. So imagine there is a interest benefit if you are a green person, so you do not spend too much on electricity. You get 0.5% shortage on your mortgage, but then you only have to prove that you are still a green person, right? That you do not spend too much energy. So you easily could also make a connection to that energy host and send that data every once in a while to the money provider, so that you can still check, that does this person still is a green person, and therefore get this shortage on the interest. And of course, this could then be a contract, ongoing contract that you can stop at any moment as an individual, but also, each year can renew. And this one is, of course, very, very, very close by, is that instead of sharing data again, you just can use your own data wallet, the information that's in your auto account, to prove things. And a very simple thing then could be, when you buy some wine at the liquor store and people don't trust you're 18, you can just prove it by, they do a request via a QR code, and you can then, just tell them, yes, I'm 18, and the proof itself would then be enough to make you buy that bottle of wine. So this is actually the whole claims-based thing. I think that is really where we're going forward to, but it needs a lot of time to let the consumer, the data consuming party, really accept that they don't need data, but they only need answers. So there's really, I think, from now to 2040, we will step by step get into getting used to using less and less data, but using claims. And those claims, of course, creating a claim like something simple: Are you older than 18? The claim, saying it is, of course, very easy, but really claiming it and proving it is not easy at all. So you need, we need to do quite something before the data consuming party really can trust that, and also then get them in the state that they're actually going to use these kinds of solutions. So we're going to start next year with these claims things, and start, working with our providers to think about solutions like this. What do we have to do for them to trust the data in that way that they don't need the data anymore, but only the answers? That's, I think, very interesting going forward. Well, now, when we started in 2016, of course, we were not as mature as we are today. And hopefully in 10 years, we are much more mature than we are today. So when we started in 2016, we started very pragmatically. We thought around, our thought was, hey, we were in this IT industry already for long. And we did created a lot of digital environments for banks and insurance companies, and consumers then had to, create an account, put in some data, and then they got some answers. And then most of the time, we ended up with sliders like, what is your income, what is your pension, and that kind of systems. Because people, if you would ask them, what is your salary, or what is your income, or what is your pension income in the future, they just don't know, right? They don't know exactly what is meant with terms like salary. Is it my net salary? Is it my gross salary? Is it after? So is it after the pension contribution, or before, or all these kind of things? So we thought, well, if we would automate this, getting the data in an easier manner, that would help consumers, and we're sure that the financial institutions will want to pay for it. So that was really in a very pragmatic way of thinking for us to start this service. And after we built it, very rapidly, we were very successful actually with this very pragmatic approach. And but at the same time, also, before 2016, of course, there were a lot of programs where a lot of people came together in the government world, but also in the private world, where they thought about data sharing, and they came up with a very rich architectures in how you should do this. If you looked at it purely from a GDPR and a security environment, but we already started here. Being successful, touched upon these architectures that were brilliant, but a bit far from reality in our minds. So what we did since then is talked a lot with architects, with world of data sharing, and in these talks we also came into the organization MyData.org. And we came in contact with them, and they also, in my mind, were not completely on the right side of this slide, they were also a bit more pragmatic and realistic in, hey, it is not a perfect world out there. We need to, bring everybody together to get it in a way that individuals can trust the ecosystems that they are in, that's easy to use for them, that they know what they are doing, and that they are protected, of course. But on the other side, the things that are created in those ecosystems should be sustainable, and they only can be sustainable if the money is there as well. So if you as an organization do not earn money, you are not sustainable, right? So if you are an individual using a data service that is not sustainable, where will your data be when the company is not there anymore? So we need to work in ecosystems that can be trusted, but there was nothing, right? So we needed to come together, from the pragmatic octos like they are there in the world, and the perfect plans that architectures wrote. So I think in the end we will meet halfway somewhere, right? We are already going forward with our architecture. And I'll show you a couple of slides. So this was more or less the way how Octo was when we started. There was an Octo service where, and provided there was authenticated to do a request. Then the user, installed the app, got the data from the data sources, and then shared that data, right? And as I told you, he could also do that via, multiple times in one chain. Now, this was very, very much the approach how we did it, and then we, after talking with the MyData org and all kinds of other visions that we had on where we go with the platform, the biggest problem that we actually had that there were no APIs. Still, there are no APIs, and that is really, in the perfect world of data sharing, what you want is, of course, there is a token access that gives you access to data, and you want with that token give others access to that same data, right? So you want to have access to data yourself, give it to you in a digital way, an API normally, and then from that access you want to give others access to that same data. So, but because everything is to be scraped in the Netherlands, there is no way of giving a token to a user as a data source. So there's no real data issuing there. So what the first thing that we now did is that we said, well, let us be for now the data issuer. So if a consumer collects his data via scraping, the first thing that we will do is we will do as if we are an issuer, if we are the data source ourselves, and issue the data in a perfect manner, and then from there we can give a token to the user to consume that data, and he can send out another token, a consent to the data consuming service to have access to that data via that token. So we can issue that data over here as long as it's needed and give access. So that's what we did first. And then what we are creating as we speak is the Octo account. So what we now will do is that instead of just going through Octo, as I just showed you in the demo, maybe you noticed that there was no quick account created. It was just a single transaction, and then that was that. What we now will do is we will also put an account in between. So after you collected your data and you would go into Octo again, that data is still there for you within your account. And you can do multiple things then with the data that you already collected. Also, the consents that are currently, more or less in the app, we will give that a specific position in the platform. So the account, the consent on the issued data is all in harmony with each other, and we can send out keys from your account to data consuming services. And they can then connect via consent. They can then connect the Octo service with that key that is given and get the data that belongs to that token, to that consent. Now, going more further down the road, we also want to separate everything that we do with the data from the sharing of the data. So currently, when we a simple example is some of our data consuming services that they don't want the data in the format that we normally give it, but they want to have it in another format so they can import it directly into their financial systems. Now, we created a couple of those export files. That would be typically something that should not be, should be on the merchant side. So something extra that we can do with data. So it's easier to use the data, but it's not essential thing that Octo does. The essential thing is making individuals, giving them the possibility to get data and share data. It's not the essential thing to, create it in specific outputs. So these are the things that we will then separate from the platform, and then ultimately also there's a lot of talk about blockchains where consents in the end could be stored, and where so that also the interoperability between Octo and competitors of Octo, that you as an individual can swap from one to the other if you wanted to, but then you should not have a lock-in right on Octo. So we need to open up our register towards a generic register that might be out there in Europe or in the Netherlands, where then the consent is stored. And ultimately also that the Octo issued data is no longer there, but the issued data is actually issued by the data source itself. So then in that register, the issued data will be there, or at least the token to that issued data. The consents will be there, and Octo will connect to that external register. So this is, more or less what I had to tell you. Maybe a little bit more to where we will be in around 5 years. I think there will be two things happening. Octo will become more mature. We will grow maybe to 75 employees, and especially we will grow because we will reach out to other countries in Europe. That will happen, I think, from 2023 on. We will start the first next country. Let's say we are getting ready to scale up also the organization. So the product is now ready for scaling up. But as an organization, also you need to be ready, right? To go into the next country is not something small. We are building on it, expecting 2023 to go to the first other country, but we will limit ourselves to Europe. So I think Europe is big enough to grow, and also the regulation in Europe is very, also growing with us. So we want to be ready for Europe and let's say conquer Europe one country by the other. So we expect one country in 2023, but in 2025 already to be there in let's say 3 to 5 countries, depending a little bit on the success in each of those countries. But normally it would take per country around 2 years to set up a business that is used. We expect, and then another 5 years to get it really on the level that we are now in the Netherlands. And what we will do is we will set up satellites in each country, get all the IT and everything in the Netherlands, but all the business we'll set it up per country and grow from there. So platform is ready. The organization is about ready, and we expect a lot from it. So this is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you for listening to me, and I think we are now ready for the Q&A part.
Yes, thank you very much. We do have quite a bit of questions, and let me ask the first question. So I wonder how the MyData service differentiation is taking place. Can you please tell us the characteristics of the service MyData services of your competitors?
Yeah, so we don't know any competitors, of course. There's only Octo. No, of course not. And there is. You see that in the Netherlands, characteristics are all our competitors that we really find in the world that we are in also have similar solutions, right? They have to do web scraping to be successful. But what we already see also, there are competitors now that have very pure solutions that only work with maybe more or less what our end goal is, that kind of architecture. And what we see is that those competitors are doing a lot of proof of concepts with our the clients that we already have. Also do these proof of concepts with them. So what we see is that those we don't really see them as competitors because they're not competing with us financially, but they are competing with us on an architectural level, right? So they are forcing us also to go into that more ideal world, which is very good. And I honestly mean it. But at the same time, we know web scraping is still out there, should and will be there for at least another 5 years, but I expect even 10 years because governments are just not going very fast in getting into that API world. What we also see, there's many PSD2 solutions. That initially, after this PSD2 regulation, there was, tens of PSD2 solutions out there. But what I now also see that they dropped back, and lots of them are stopping because it's hard to make money in the PSD2 world. It's not sharing that data. It's not too complicated, and also using the data, that is the complicated part. And there are no real good solutions that get that data out and do proper algorithms on them. So what we see is that the sharing is popular to PSD2, but using is still manual. So the data consuming services are still using all that data to do to use their old processes. It's just an easier way of getting the data in. So it's hard to at this moment it's hard to do something with PSD2. But we see within Octo it's growing very rapidly, the usage of PSD2, but that's because we combine it with that other data. So I think we are the only one that's doing that in the Netherlands at the moment within one license. But there will be new other ones coming in, I'm sure. What we see throughout Europe is that, especially in the Nordics, like Sweden and Norway and Denmark, and more Nordics, they're very well spread solutions, very well architectured, very easy to use as a consumer. But that's also because they are far ahead of the rest of Europe when it comes to data sharing. We're not even thinking about going into those countries with Octo because we would be so far behind to these solutions that are already there. But that's also because the architecture in those countries is very good organized. Elsewhere, we see similar situations as in the Netherlands. I think the government in the Netherlands is a bit ahead of the rest in Europe. But they are getting there, like France and Spain, getting better and better in sharing and giving data to their citizens. So we see also competition coming up, especially in France. Does that answer the question?
Yes, it is. Thank you. 네, 고맙습니다. 이어지는 질문.
Yes, we have other questions. Here in Korea is the only country where the country that has adopted API, and this is led by the government. And do you think this API and the government leadership, do you think this is helpful in enhancing Korea's MyData competitiveness?
I would say absolutely. And I hope we will get it in Europe soon, right? In the Netherlands soon, because it's, of course, now this whole scraping part that we do, it's quite complicated, right? It takes a lot of effort also for Octo to build it, to maintain it. It's not as stable as an API normally is. And the very important part is that the whole thing around the GDPR, the regulation around privacy, it's all now given to Octo, more or less, right? We have to be in control on that data and make sure that our data consuming services do not consume too much data, right? That they account for the data that they are consuming. Of course, they are responsible themselves, but we also need to play that role. Where in an API world, like a government, it himself can define what is a healthy data to deliver, right? What for a specific reason. So if these APIs are well architectured, I would say this complete GDPR part of it can then be governed by the data sharing. So the data service itself, the data source itself, instead of the operator having to be in control there. But the biggest reason is that it will help the Korea's competitiveness is that it's very easy to connect. So everybody can create a solution like Octo quite rapidly. And so that will help a lot of little Octos stepping up and bringing those services. And of course, only a few of them will in the end win. But at least there will be a lot of competition and therefore better solutions because, I think competitiveness always brings better things above. One is if you work together in this new world, new things will be invented. So I really think that it's a very good decision from the Korean government, and only hoping that we will get there in Europe soon.
Yes, thank you. Let me ask the next question. You actually had an interview with our newspaper. So Octo processes the data and provides the data to the users in according with their lifetime cycle. So can you give us more explanation what you mean by this?
By the part so what we call the consent, right? So you give your consent to share data that you just collected yourself. You saw it on your phone. This is the data that I will share, and then you give your consent. And that consent could be a one-off consent, so only once you will give that data, and that's that. But also could be that you say, I want to share this kind of data every 3 months or every year, or I want to share that same data with multiple data consuming services in a row. So then you give multiple consents. But one of these consents, let's say this 3-month consent, what then will happen is that the data consuming service can use that data for about 3 months or whatever period of time. And then but they also can, the data consuming service can say, well, I need fresher data, right? So with scraping, of course, there's no possibility to retrieve newer data if data is renewed by the data source itself. So what then can happen is that the data consuming service says, well, I need your income statement, I need a new variant of it. And he can ask that question because there's still an ongoing consent. And you can then go to that data source again, collect the freshest data around your income statement, for instance, and then automatically share that data again with that data consuming service. So the difference with the original variant of the use case is that there is no new QR code needed, no transaction really started. It's just a notification, you do something, and then automatically the data is shared again. So that's what I meant with an ongoing consent.
So in the Netherlands, in other European countries, the regulations are related to MyData. So in what direction are these regulations moving?
Well, I'm not 100% sure where it's in Korea, but I guess it's more or less similar. So what we see in Europe, we want to protect Europe a little bit from the big techs from America, right? Like the Facebooks and the way Google and Facebook and how they share data and handle privacy In Europe, not everybody's too fond about it. So what we want to create a better world around data sharing. So, but it's also a bit of a protective way. So we also want to force those big techs also to handle our data of European citizens in a better way. And I think the direction is, in the end, it will be there will be big data pools where anonymized data will be in, so that a lot of tech companies can use that data to create new businesses, to get more data out of the data, right, and more knowledge. That's one side of the whole program in Europe. The other side is purely the data sharing itself. Make it in a way that citizens in Europe can trust. If I share data in this manner, the other side can get that data, but nobody else. I am in control. I decide who gets my data, and I know where that data is. And also I'm protected by law that if somebody abuses that data, that consent that I gave them, you can use my data for this and this goal, nothing else. If they use it for something else, that they are, doing something wrong, and you can force them to correct it. So I think everything is around getting you as an individual, in control, and I think that is throughout the world the main goal of the European regulation.
Yes, thank you. We are now going to ask the last question.
Okay.
The insurances and the banking. I mean, you talked mainly about the insurances and banking. Do you have plans to go into other businesses? What sort of businesses are you thinking about getting into? And as OPTO is trying to expand its services, what are some of the challenges do you expect there to be?
Okay. Yeah. So yes, absolutely, we will go into other business. I can name something very simple. It's like there are a lot of marketplaces out there and dating sites where individuals meet each other. So now we currently always in the individual to a data consuming service, right? To an institution use case. I like to get more into the individual to individual use cases where, for instance, in the marketplace in the Netherlands, you can, for instance, buy a car or whatever through the internet from each other. But the thing is, you don't really know that other person that's on the other side of the internet, right? And we think that with digital identification, it would make it, with verified identities, it would make it very easy to see, is that person actually the person that he says he is. So on the dating side, is that other person actually a man? Is he indeed 42 years old? You don't need to know everything of that person, but you can maybe check a couple of little attributes that the other can prove, yes, I'm a man and I am 42. So that, it's all about trust, I would say. So everywhere where the trust is sometimes jeopardized, I think we as OPTO can play a role. So that's really the broad way of looking at things from my perspective. So I think financial institutions, of course, we embrace them and they are very important to us. But I think the other markets, individual to individual markets, but also in retail, everywhere where you need to onboard a client, OPTO can play an important role and make it easy for individuals to sign up and meet others in a trusted way. So, and then the second question was like, do you foresee then difficulties, right? What do we have to overcome? Of course, there are lots of difficulties. Only getting employees in these days, I think, is maybe even the biggest challenge that we have at the moment is getting employees, right? You can have growth statements in Excel, but getting the good people in, it's really, really very, very hard, and especially in IT, but also getting good salespeople in, getting good support people in, it's very, very hard. And I think that will be our biggest struggle. I think our idea is good. We find the customers. We have good marketing. I think also in other countries, we will get there. It will take some time, but without employees, it will be impossible. So getting employees in and keeping them, that's our biggest challenge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jansen, for your wonderful presentation and sharing your insight during the Q&A session. And I'm sure your presentation and answers would be very informative and helpful to all the participants. Thank you, Mr. Jansen. Now we would like to move on to the next presentation by Mr. Mark Jansen. He is partner and data trust service leader of PwC Singapore. He will talk about data trust service. Mr. Jansen.
Thank you very much, and pleasure to be here today. So hopefully you can hear me clearly. I'm looking forward to obviously your questions at the end. And I do share the same heritage as Paul Jansen. I'm Dutch half, although I was born in Australia. So a good introduction to myself. I've been based in Singapore since 2004. I've been working across the Asia region for quite a long time. Prior to that, and obviously since then, my passion is around enabling both companies, clients, people, and society, particularly around data. So I'm very, very passionate around this topic of data trust. I'm going to go through a presentation today, so let me just present my screen. Just a little bit of patience there while I do that. So let me share my screen. I'll become a little bit smaller to you. So what I'm going to talk about is unlocking the value of data. And we go very much from a value-based equation. I think a lot of things that Paul said, I won't reiterate some of that now. Apologies if I do duplicate, but I'll try not to. I just need to do one more minor thing. Okay, done. So in terms of conversation points today, covering off one, just to reiterate what the opportunity is. Why data sharing? But importantly, what we've just been going through is the trust is critical. And I really want to focus on that trust point. Then I'm going to drill down into some of the examples in Singapore where we've been working with the government and others and really looking at this equation. How do you build a framework for enabling this? And then share an example actually where across multiple companies, government, we've actually brought together 80 companies in a data sharing platform to really enable outcomes and return on investment, positive outcomes for both society but companies as a whole. So this is kind of where I'm going to go through. I'll go through a couple of key takeaways. So what's a data opportunity? I think most people here hopefully understand this. And I'm using a PwC specific here. So the 15.17 trillion, there's McKinsey studies, there's lots of studies in terms of the objectives. Underpinning this, though, is also the investment in data privacy. Data privacy is critical. Data privacy, cyber breaches, mishandling, misuse of data often erodes data outcomes. So this is an important point, that both there's upside, but there's downside. What we find also, data-driven firms are more confident, more agile as it goes out of crisis. Being able to access information quicker, faster, and more information is better. But to do that, you need to be able to get the information, you need to be able to trust your data, and that also means trust data that you're being shared with as well. In Singapore, we have a big vision around growing Singapore as a smart artificial intelligence vision. It's really growing. There's a lot of investment. We are seeing this across the globe. A lot of countries are investing around this. And this is, I think, an important part also, building the foundation. This is not just about corporates, but it's about building the infrastructure, building the capability within the country level. Singapore, again, building data into the heart of digital government, so leading with government. We have digital data sharing through government-facilitated authentication, which we've just been talking about, through government, which really helps companies be more efficient, but also builds trust in the process. And ultimately, this comes down to spend. So Singapore is a small country, but we really are just we're a reasonable size here, but we're not very big. So this investment is quite large and quite critical to the future. So I'm just sharing Singapore examples here, but I'm quite proud of Singapore, but I'm also really great to see so many other countries stepping into this space. So is it really simple in terms of the equation? And I think this is an important equation to look at. When we talk about AR, we talk about data outcomes. It's the algorithms. We often focus on data science. We often focus on compute. But the underlying data is what gives the opportunity. You need volume of data, but you need quality data. If your data is poor quality, or you don't have access to data because it's in silos or other people have it, this becomes a problem. And this 15.7 trillion outcome and the big impacts on GDPs around the world and the benefits, etc., are being held up by a data conundrum. So one of the things I'm just going to use a simple analogy to explain. I think it's important to look at this from a complete ecosystem perspective. So not just from an algorithm compute data, but look at this holistically. So one of the things we did was we've been thinking a lot about this, and particularly I challenged my team and myself on how can I explain this simply, because many stakeholders, perhaps not those in this room today or listening in, you understand what AI is, but I find more and more people don't know actually what AI is and how to enable it. I get people think AI is a magic wand. I think this data outcome is just going to happen. But really, it's the foundation of an ecosystem. So the analogy I have is a tree. The fruit on the tree is the data outcomes. That's the things we get when we go digital. We use AI, or we just have better data intelligence. So this is really what we're trying to achieve. But to get a good tree, you need a whole heap of components to work together. Paul highlighted around architecture, making sure that the right data source, permissions, etc. So the base, we need the right data foundation. So a tree analogy needs soil and seeds. As we go up through that, to make a strong tree, a tree that gives us lots of fruit, we need strong trunk and roots. That's all about managing the data. And ultimately, we need outcomes. Now, we need to have a vision from top down, because we need to know what outcomes we're driving, but we also need to know bottom up. What do we have in place, and then what structures do we need to put in place to manage this? So from a foundational standpoint, this includes privacy, cyber, understanding what existing data we have, what's data sources, data frameworks, and this includes actually government involvement here in building the environment, building the framework, looking at regulations that help protect, but also enable companies, individuals, etc. in this journey. The next layer is around how we manage data. So there's data management, data lakes, data virtualization, data meshes, data sharing really comes into this. This is really important. And I'll go into more detail later around metadata and the importance of this. And I think data management is probably the most under-delivered area and probably one of the bigger demand areas going forward, because this is the key. And then ultimately, when we talk about business outcomes, we're looking at how do we increase revenue, how do we reduce costs, how do we manage risk, and we do that through analytics, automation, visualization, but we need this responsible AI, this ethical approach to things. We can't just go and do it. So this is important. So data sharing, I'm sure we've been through the definition, but just to reiterate, it's really around the transfer or granting of governed access to data between entities or individuals for the achievement of mutual benefits. It's purpose-driven, so it can drive tangible financial benefit, it can also drive social benefits, but key is around purpose, and I'll come back to that in a moment. But really this is important because one of the things here, when you share data, depending on how you share, so if you share actual personal data as an example, once you've shared, if you share it one time, unless you've got the ability to be very, very clear and know for certain that the data's been deleted or will never be used again, it's gone. So a lot of trepidancy around sharing is quite challenging. So there's a lot of risk when you share and a lot of reticence. People are very reluctant to share because of the concerns there. So why do data sharing? So a couple of points here. And the first one is around sort of inaccessibility of data. So World Economic Forum has a program called Data for Common Purpose Initiative, worth reading. So DCPI under World Economic Forum. So PwC will be helping drive some of this. The headline on this is there's 2.5 quintillion bytes of data created each day. I think we know that. But most of it's siloed. Most of it's trapped off, walled off in databases, inaccessible because of a variety of complexities cutting across policy, regulatory, commercial, technological, and actually the big one is perception of what the risk is and is not. When we talk about competitive advantage, 86% of executives, I'm just going to reduce my volume a bit so that the interpreters can hear clearly. I'm just getting a message on the side. Thank you. So competitive advantage. 86% of executives say that their companies are in a race with competitors to extract value from data. To do that, you need to know what the data is. You need to be really focused around this. The other areas here, social benefits, overall data access sharing is estimated to drive massive gains. There's been some research through OECD, which totals around approximately 2%, I'll share the statistics later, impact on GDPs globally per annum. It's around 1 trillion per annum impact. So it kind of tallies with the 15.7. My math is a little bit bad, but that's kind of where it tallies. And ultimately, this is all, we see broader benefits, particularly around social outcomes, health, etc. The final point I'll say in terms of measurable economic benefit, Gartner did a recent report. They saw that data analytic leaders who share data generate 3 times more measurable economic benefit. So it's 3 times uplift in benefit to the organisation if they're able to share. And that's sharing not just externally, but that's even internally within the organisation. Because one of the challenges of sharing is not just do I share with a third party, but can I even share within my company? So why is trust critical in data sharing? Trust is critical because most consumers, whilst they're happy to share, they see it as a necessary evil. There's a lot of reluctance. When you look at senior executives, we talk about the war for talent, the ability to attract talent. 82% of senior executives said in a recent survey they would leave their current employer if they felt the approach to data was not ethical. This is really critical. So this is not just about getting consumers, it's also about retaining your people. Broader this, we're talking about data security, privacy here. These are the killers of data sharing. So the honesty and transparency, critical to building trust. Moving to competitors, avoiding companies. These are critical things. You can read through here, but over and over, the research is showing that customers will switch off from companies where they don't trust them. This trust agenda is really important. So bringing some of this to life in a Singapore context. These are some of the publications and frameworks we've been working with Singapore government to help develop. The Trust Data Sharing Framework and Data Evaluation Framework, these were created back in 2019. And this goes back even further through sort of 2017 when we started working around blockchain solutions for data sharing. What came through time and time again is actually this reticence around sharing. So the objective of Singapore government was to build frameworks, to build data sharing agreements to help people understand, one, what is the value of data? Because if you can value data, then you start saying, okay, I can value data, I can understand the risks, the cost, and then I can drive sharing because I can see that I can make some money from here. The Trust Data Sharing Framework provides a framework of how you can share. The details of key consideration points around risk, around what data you should or shouldn't share, what are the barriers and what are the challenges, etc. And more recently, which was published late last year, the Association of Banks in Singapore created a handbook for banks, but also for non-banks, focusing very much on around the journey, what's the process of data sharing, what are the key considerations, what are some of the steps you need to go through, and what does that actually look like, giving examples, etc. So I'm actually going to walk through that in a little bit of detail. So the data sharing journey. This is a sort of step-by-step process. I'm about to show a slide which has a lot of detail, so I'm not going to go through all the detail in the next slide. But it's a step-by-step process. It is not necessarily meant to be sequential. It is shown as a sequential journey to make it easier to understand. The objective of this is to demystify and show companies, both banks and non-banks, key steps in the process. This report, this handbook, has a foreword by the Associated Banks. It was signed off by the Banking Association in Singapore and the member banks. It also has a foreword by the regulator. So this was done in conjunction with regulators to really promote and activate data sharing. In Singapore, the regulator is perhaps unusual. The regulator wears both a promotional hat and a regulatory hat. So what that means is responsible regulating, making sure I'm managing systemic risk to the community, to the environment, to the country, but at the same time promoting outcomes and promoting innovation, promoting the use of data. So it's kind of a double balance there in terms of what's happening. So data sharing journey, as I said, a lot of detail here. This is in the handbook. I've referenced it so you can see. So by all means try read, but I'm going to go through each of these steps in a moment. Essentially, it follows 3 broad areas. 1, define opportunity and assess the feasibility. So is this actually a real opportunity or not, and is it possible? 2nd is build out the model. Contracting is really critical as well. I'll come back to contracting a little bit more in a moment. And then 3, how do you implement it? How do you make sure you're ready to go? How do you monitor and build for the future? Again, important steps. In doing this, the roles involved range quite broadly. This is not just the domain of data scientists. It's not just the domain of data management. This includes people from technology risk, cyber teams, legal, risk, compliance, the business, all these different people. So lots of different people need to be brought together around this discussion. It is a complex conversation, and it's not something just for the CDO. It's a full business. So if I look at the first part in terms of planning, the first step is establishing principles around a data sharing vision and journey. Now, what we came up with, and when I say we, the banks work through this, I help facilitate the process. So this is an industry-driven initiative, and I'm going to be very careful that I don't say PwC came up with this because that's not accurate. So the first principle, data sharing needs to be purpose-driven. So it needs to be a clear purpose of the why. In a banking context, that may be related to your license. So are you licensed to do certain activities or not? But there needs to be a purpose. You can't just share for the sake of sharing. The second big thing here is protection of the data is aligned with the sensitivity of data. Not all data is equal. So, and that's quite important because as you get to what I'd call higher trust information, that requires more security, more protection. Lower trust is less so. Lower trust will be non-commercially sensitive. So information that if hacked or abused may not impact anyone. That'll be very low sensitive. So actually understanding that's very, very important. People doing the data sharing have to have the necessary skills to do this. This is not just the skills around privacy encryption technologies, but the ongoing management of data. Unfortunately, I've been involved in 2 large investigations over the last couple of decades where there's been breaches around people handling data, resulting in major outages or major customer loss of data. And a lot of the time this comes down to making sure not just we've got the right technology in place, but actually the skills. Having the right skills in place to manage and do the job of handling the data. This is sometimes we forget because we're often very technical around data as data scientists, data engineers, data architects, etc. But we forget some of the other basics. So this is important. The next one is around and I've talked about protection. Data is proportionate that is shared. You only share what you need to share, something Paul talked about. You don't share more than you need to, because the more you share, the higher the risk. So it needs to be proportionate. And finally, the sharing has a legal basis. So you understand the rights and obligations that attach to the data. You're sharing within the legal basis of what's been given to you for in the first place. That includes consent, but also includes, do you know who you're sharing with? So some data you may not be allowed to share with third parties. So a lot of this stuff here, these principles are really, really important. So part of this first step also, obviously look at use case. That's quite important, and back to the purpose. Look at data sources and work through that. That's kind of the first step. As you start doing that, you quickly move on to understanding and categorize data types, domains. So then you start getting into, okay, I want to share information about, say, my customers, but what information do I want to share? Do I want to share broad demographics or specifics? So that starts to define where the regulations kick in or not, consent requirements, etc. And this is where it gets important to actually be very clear around metadata, the quality status up front. So when we're talking about sharing, what specific part of the data we're sharing, and are we clear around the quality? Because from a monetary model, if you're sharing data of poor quality, then it's a lower value. If you're sharing data that's got a time bound, so it's valuable for a period of time, and after which, as it ages, it becomes less valuable, again, very important. So metadata classification is an important part. And this more broadly is a very big part for all organisations, irrespective of your own data sharing journey, data monetization journey. You have an asset, which is your data. If you don't understand the data, you don't understand the quality of the data, it's very difficult to sell. You might be selling, underselling, overselling, or worst case, actually giving data away that you should never have given away. And once you've given it away, the ability to get it back is very complex. This is the big step in here. So again, we focus on this assess, determine sensitivity. Are there regulatory types of sensitivity? So in Singapore, from a banking context, data is considered high sensitivity if it can have a material impact on the institution or the individual customer, that is. Customer can be corporate, not just personal. So again, as you share, if you're sharing sensitive data, then the obligations start going up very high. You need to identify explicit consent required. So more and more in this world around data use is really important. And we'll come to this later, but I'll just touch on it very briefly. If you are sharing data which has got specific use only, as you share it with a third party, you need to make sure, particularly if it's regulated heavily, that you know that third party only uses it for that purpose. And that's not so easy again. And that starts putting an increased cost burden around data sharing. So you need to be very clear, I know they're only using it for this purpose. They're not reselling it onto someone else. They're not repurposing it. This is important. And then you need to work out whether you're going to desensitize information. Anonymization, encryption, increasingly we're seeing use of tokenization. So tokenizing and working out which bits of the data do I want to tokenize, anonymize, encrypt, and what technologies do I need to use. Those technologies will vary based on the sensitivity. High sensitivity, you start going down towards more tokenization. So as you put this in place, we need to define a data sharing model. So are we going to sell this direct, so bilateral, company to company, company to individual, or are we sending one to many? So again, need to look at those models and how do we actually also monetize it? Is it valuable? So do we know the value as well? Do we want to create a virtual environment where we provide governed access for a period of time, which then allows us to create a virtual auction place to identify and determine the value of the data? And this is part of the different commercial models, which is quite complex. And often it's difficult to value data because what's value to you might be different to someone else. And that's where you sort of need the economic modelling around some of this. And you might even get into sort of marginal cost, marginal revenue type models. And this is a challenging area because often buyer versus seller is quite different in terms of their views on the actual value of data. And that links also to risk because you've got to value your data and the commercial model is going to be aligned to the risk. The higher the risk, potentially the higher the cost or the higher the environment you need to have those controls. One of the things that Paul talked about in terms of legal recourse. Legal recourse is good. It's important to have that in place. But the reputation damage from a breach or a leak can last much longer. So whilst you have legal recourse, that's assuming you're contracting with someone in your country. That's assuming you can get the person. You still have the impact. So one of the important things for all this process is not just relying on legal recourse. It's having controls in place that are commensurate with the risk. This enables things. Then look at data sharing methods. So are we going to do raw transfer, anonymization, federated learning? Am I going to provide governed access? Am I going to use APIs? So the question before around APIs. And we do see huge value in APIs in terms of providing data and speeding up processes. So many banks are using APIs now to provide direct bank statement access. So that means, and I work for an accounting firm, so this is a bit topical for us, but cash at bank is what you see on your screen in your company. You don't need to do reconciliation anymore. So these things start, that's an API, that's a data share. but it's data share of their own data. So these are vast mechanisms and help manage the process through. Identify legal and regulatory. I've been talking about this over and over. Really, really important. When we look through regulations around data sharing, you've got to look across multiple different regulations. In Singapore, there's regulations around outsourcing. So how do you use third parties and what controls do you have around third-party risk management? This is one of the things to be looking at. Also around cyber security requirements is quite important. And there's a variety of other regulations which you need to start looking at. A lot is around actually the governance of the contract, the governance to make sure as you share, the third party that you're sharing with has the ability to execute against what you've contracted. And I'll say again, the third party has to have the ability to execute. So if you're sharing sensitive information and you've contracted and the person says, yes, I can do this. But if you haven't actually checked, you might be end accountable. So the way the regulator looks at it in Singapore says, irrespective of who you share information with, irrespective of who does your processing, so you outsource payroll or you outsource your marketing, whatever you might use a third party for, bank, you are still accountable. If they have a problem, you're accountable. So back to, yes, you can have legal recourse, but from a regulatory standpoint, the data owner is accountable. So this is quite important. Establishing data sharing agreements, these are quite complex. In Singapore, we've actually built out a number of reference documents to provide sort of templates to make it easier because different legal teams have different views around this. You can map this obviously with different stakeholders. As I mentioned, there's multiple different stakeholders across the organisation. We put in the data sharing principles as a guide. These are key things to consider through there to make sure you tick these things off. And establishing data lifecycle management for onboarding, offboarding data. One of the things I find very difficult is the disposal requirements. So if you share information, what do you mean by disposal and destruction? What if someone's backed it up? Can you destroy in a backup? What's the requirements around that? So this is very careful. Disposal is often the bit that has a lot of challenges longer term. So these are quite important considerations. So in terms of putting together, one, obviously you've got to assess the readiness to implement, plan, align, activities, roles, and responsibilities. This is 101. So we're racing roles, responsibility, accountability, consult, inform, be very, very clear on the roles. Data governance, protection, security, quality protocols, frameworks, and controls. These are all important. These are things we've built out. Prepare, build, test environments, data algorithms. We've got to test. Again, all of this lines with sensitivity. The more sensitive, the more we have to do on this. The less we have to worry about it. And then you start moving to share and integrate data models. The next piece is monitor data sharing, monitor risks, manage defects. So it's no good just checking in once a year that everything's working okay. If it's highly sensitive, you need process around this. Have breach management processes. You need to test these as well. In Singapore, there's regulatory expectations to report these things within 24 hours. So you need to know if there's a breach at the third party and report to the regulator within 24 hours. Not 24 hours of you finding out about it, but 24 hours of the event happening. So this is important. Rollback plans, etc. And then obviously monitor and manage consent where required. These are quite heavy lift activities here, but the prize is high. And then finally, it's building for the future. We want to make sure I look at how to way to improve the model, explore different opportunities. As you start building and start doing one-time data sharing, the opportunity to build is great because once you put the infrastructure in place, it becomes easier. There is an opportunity for third parties to come in and start managing this process and help broker these deals as well and build trust because this is the enabler. Key, at least from our perspective, is working with the regulators, industry bodies, to increase the education, better understand the risks and what the real risks are not, and then help build an ecosystem which enables it. Everyone gains ultimately from this data sharing. And then finally is showcase success stories for new value creations. So I'm going to go now to a short case study to give you an example. And I'm probably going to finish a little bit earlier in time, so hopefully that's good for the organisers in terms of finishing a few minutes early to give you some extra time back, but also happy to answer quite a lot of questions as need be. So in Singapore, what was found is we now have a Singapore Trade Exchange. This is a digital infrastructure that facilitates trusted, secure sharing of data across the supply chain. Where this came from is a couple of things. So one, as a result of COVID and the disruptions, a lot of focus from a government level and industry of what could we do? How can we fix things? So the program brought together 80 plus participants, so both multinationals, large local companies, SMEs, startups, government agencies and banks, to try and come up with solutions and ideas of how can we make supply chain better. One of the backdrops to this also was an unfortunate incident in Singapore, where an oil trading company unfortunately was repackaging and doing multiple trade financing for one bill of lading. So the oil industry, in Singapore we have a lot of ships coming through, and they're fueled by bunker vessels. A bunker vessel holds a lot of fuel, so 20, 30, 40 million dollars worth of fuel. Bunker companies are paid 60, 90 days with no credit, with no collateral. So they finance it, they use trade financing through the banks. What was happening was a trade financing company was selling off multiple bill of lading over and over. So effectively financing one ship 4 or 5 times. That, when we had the oil crash a couple of years back, caused a massive problem because they could no longer pay back the loans. And that was a massive impact on the economy and the industry. And that was because there was this inefficiency in the way that information was shared. So I'm going to go to the next slide. I'm going to do a short presentation. So I'm going to press play here to give you an overview of what it is. Just bear with me.
Vast amounts of information flow through many people and companies every day to get goods moving. At present, shipments are checked repeatedly by different parties in a fragmented supply chain ecosystem. With rapid changes in technology and the global economy, the time for us to reimagine the future of supply chains is now. That's why we've created SG TradeX, a common data infrastructure to connect all parties in a data-driven and coordinated supply chain. SG TradeX lets everyone plug in securely to share trade-related data efficiently with supply chain partners. This allows you to better optimize your processes with your partners and within your own company. Expect more opportunities for collaboration to reduce costs and improve productivity on trade matters. Using SG TradeX, you can maximize the value of your business data while maintaining full control over the information you want to share. When different parties of the supply chain come together in a trusted data environment, we can innovate for the future. SG TradeX, your gateway to trading digitally. Join this movement to accelerate the digitalization of the global supply chain industry and be the change you want to see. Have an idea on how to transform your industry? Get in touch with us.
So that is an example of what that's kind of the short video on the SG TradeX. And I'm just going to go to my next slide. Hopefully, start the presentation again. Oops, sorry.
Vast amounts of.
Okay, so who is involved? There's a lot of logos on this page in terms of different companies. So you can see the use cases. These were the first 3 use cases. Use case A is the one I'm focusing on. It's around trade, finance, fraud detection via physical to digital twinning. You can see this is led by the regulator, MAS. Got Standard Chartered Bank, there's DBS, Mizuho, OCBC, UOB, SMBC, a variety of financial institutions in terms of the financing banks. You've got trading companies like Trafigura, Chevron, all very large names coming together. Across this, there's more than 50 plus companies who have agreed to do data sharing. In the instance of the one on the left, it's simply the bill of lading. This is a digitization, step 1. I'm sharing digital content for the first time. Lots of challenges around what happens if the data's wrong, who is owner, who's accountable, etc. So a lot of work through the data sharing frameworks was leveraged through this, but then What they did was create something very specific for Singapore Trade Exchange. At the end of the day, what this means now is a single platform which acts as a highway for data. It's permission-based, so people only share what they want to share, and they give permission for each company to then go and access this. The ROI on use case one is around about $200 million. Now, that's not necessarily massive, but this is big all the same, because this is one of the unique data sharing instances around the world at scale where we're seeing a monetization benefit. The ownership of this is owned combinations by a number of banks, the regulators, and others combined. So this is what you call a modern data cooperative. And the objective of a data cooperative, or any cooperative, is to create an environment for people to do something that benefits each individual, but then longer term, the cooperative self grows. And you can see there's multiple other use cases. Right now, there's more use cases coming through around green financing, as an example, and we go on beyond there. So SG TradeX, really the vision here is to connect the supply chain and global supply chains. At the moment, this is Singapore focused, but really to drive supply chain ecosystem to be more productive, create higher resilience, less shock through volatility, but ultimately build trust. This is not a complex solution from a technology architecture standpoint. This would cry out for things like blockchain, but part of the process of getting companies, CEOs on board is giving them solutions they can understand and can trust. It's step by step, building the trust, building the foundation. So the heart of this is around trust. Without trust, this would not happen. And that's where most of the work was spent, is building not just the use case, but the trust around the execution of this. A key cornerstone of this was the fact the regulators helped drive this, was the fact that the Ports Authority was heavily involved, was the fact also we had a catalyst event, both COVID, but also this shock around the fraud. So this is a real-life example. We've seen others. I mentioned Data for Common Purpose Initiative from World Economic Forum around North Star projects. Interestingly, some of those are supply chain as well. And these are around projects that are trying to drive data sharing for common purpose, to really drive, and that common purpose is critical. As I went back to the principles, number one is purpose. And finding use cases which give multiple participants outcomes is really key. This one, the simplicity is just digitization of existing information that companies are sharing. And it's the efficiency that's the goal. This then leads to a longer term play around the ability to access more information securely with trust to then drive AI outcomes. That's not the objective of this program, but longer term it does lead to that. So this is why I think this is a very important one to understand. So this is my final slide. Now I'm definitely quite a few minutes early here, so I'm happy to answer a number of questions and go into detail. I'll give everyone a break. So when we look at data sharing, it can open doors to a myriad of economic and social opportunities. We have in this world today countries that are quite wealthy and have very good talent pools, but the impact of AI can often be felt most in those countries that don't have that. Yet our data is locked up more and more at a country by country level. Yet the reason for doing that is obviously partly because we want to protect our own industries, we want to grow our own talent pools, and we're concerned around cyber. But cyber is a global risk, it's not location risk. So we need to understand deeper why we're keeping data in different locations and understanding how we enable this. It's been one of the big battles around the health agenda. Being able to share information across countries around health is really critical to solving crises such as COVID. So how we do that's important. But again, do we need to share PII information? What information do we need to share? We need to get into that metadata. And fundamentally, when I look at the data tree, our issue right now is a lot of the soil, the seeds are mixed. It's not very clear. We've not defined exactly what nutrients we need to drive our models, which nutrients we need in our data sharing journey. So we need to be clear and crisp around that. We live in a world where customers, employees demand trust and transparency, how data is being shared. To do that, back to the metadata, back to the data sharing frameworks, back to the trust frameworks. These are all very important. Back also to government support around creating frameworks and making it easier for companies. In Singapore, IMDA, the Infocom Media Development Authority, has a data trust certification, which actually certifies companies are good at handling data. Again, increasing the trust, making it easier for companies to step into this space. So ultimately, for data sharing to fulfill its promise, and for AI to fulfill its promise, it needs to be done right. We need the trust frameworks, we need fit-for-purpose technology, we need companies to innovate and drive, but we need this broad ecosystem. We need this focus on purpose, vision around the outcomes, and not getting caught up in perception, but dealing through the reality of what data enables outcomes and what are the methods I go and do this. I don't have to worry about all the risks, I can manage risk. An extreme example, and probably I'm not sure it's the best one to leave away, but in terms of risk, one of my clients has very highly sensitive data. It's a debt collecting company. So debt collectors know who owes people money. That's sensitive. It's embarrassing information, but it's also quite sensitive information. That's what they do. They operate offline. They have no connection to internet, so they reduce the risk. So the cost of operation, the cost of the risk is more around physical security rather than virtual. So again, I challenge, when we want to share information, there's ways to share, there's ways to look at this, but we need to understand the risk. We also need to understand the reward. So that understanding the value of your data is also important, because then you drive around risk versus value. So that's all I had to share, and I apologise, I'm a few minutes early here. So I'm happy to answer some questions in terms of that have been posed. But yeah, I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your data trust services information. And now we are going to receive questions. Let me give you one of the questions that were registered. Data trust service is unfamiliar to us. What kind of benefits can this provide to normal people and normal companies? And what is your revenue model for Singapore PwC Data Trust?
A good question. So intrinsically, I think everyone understands that data has value. The problem is, do we trust our data? So our model is really two things. It's building trust in data. So understanding, if I use an analogy, I used the analogy of soil before, but if I have a piece of land, do I know the value of that land? To know the value of the land, I need to do a survey of the land. Do I know what's underneath the land? Do I know what usage rights? Can I use it to build something big or not? What's above it, what's around it, etc. So I need to understand that. So one of the things we do as a business is, and that's the metadata data management, we start looking at the soil, we look at the seeds and say, is this fertile or not fertile? Does this land have gold underneath it? Can I build a 50-story building on this? What is that? So look at the foundation first. So our model is really helping clients understand what they actually have and then put it in the context of use cases, but then drilling that back into value. For companies large and small, what that means is understanding your data assets, so cataloging. First, what do I actually have in terms of data? Two, understanding what quality it is. And do I want to enhance the quality or not? In terms of doing that, you also need to understand use cases. That's not always easy. Use cases can be as simple as digitization, so automation of a process, through to advanced analytics, data, AI to create outcomes I couldn't imagine before, multiple different use cases. But the first step is, what is my asset? The second step is then saying, okay, what are my use cases? So a lot of this, what we help our clients do is actually a value-based approach to how do I link data to value, not use case value in isolation. It's data to value. Use cases are obviously the driver, but value is a function of the revenue or cost reduction, less the effort it takes to get there. Effort equals time, equals money. It's those two parts of the equation. So we look at it very much from a economics model of how you determine what you have, what's the returns on that, what's the risks, therefore is it worth the effort at the end of the day. So it's very much a value-based approach. The second pillar, so one is trust in the data foundation. The second pillar is around how do I then use that data to build trust? So how do I actually drive my program to have long-term success in an organization or in the public domain? So what are the things I tackle first? Do I tackle the hard, complex thing first? Do I tackle the easy thing? Or do I tackle the thing that actually inspires the most? And it's about sequencing those things together. So hopefully I've answered the question.
네, 고맙습니다. 또 파트너님 강연 들으시면서
Thank you very much. There were also questions posted on YouTube. Let me move on to the next question. MyData services in Singapore. How far have you gone? Are the Singaporean people actively using MyData services, and are the corporations interested in this?
So in Singapore, we have what's called SingPass, which has your personal information, which acts as an identifier to log on to many different websites, particularly around government websites, and that's heavily used as a primary source of login and authentication. We also have on our phones the same, well, you can't really see there's my phone there. On our phones, we have our identity card, which again can be used. We have electronic identity cards, which are used for authentication. So more and more we're moving down this path. Alongside that, with the use of digital banking, this also keeps adoption up. People are getting more familiar with using digital devices and tools and technology to share information. Another key pillar is obviously regulating, making sure that there's clear penalties and people are aware of the penalties. The penalties are enforced if there are issues, so people feel comfortable that companies are doing the right thing. So in general, we're seeing a massive shift towards data sharing, data enablement in Singapore as a location.
네, 고맙습니다. And Mr. Jensen, I'm so sorry to ask you this, but for the next question, would you please decrease a little bit of your volume? Thank you. 네, 다음 질문 드리겠습니다. 역시 실시간으로 주신 질문입니다. 개인정보 사용 공개를
This is another real-time question. If the third party uses the information for individuals, how do you monitor and supervise that third-party company that manages personal data? Who's responsible for monitoring and supervising them?
It's a really good question, and this is a complex one. This is, I think, the hard part around data sharing or the use of any third-party organisation to help you in your business, but made more tricky through PII. So in Singapore, the regulator requires for banks that they are made accountable. I said that before, but the question is how. So there is a couple of methods to do this. One is more often not companies perform an annual audit to make sure the third party is doing what they said they did. But that's only once a year. So how do you manage during the time up to that point? So what happens is generally you need to do first, one, due diligence. Am I comfortable that this company is of the right reputation? I know who they are. They're not a front. So not an organisation that I don't know, I don't trust. So I need to first do my due diligence. Are they someone I am comfortable sharing in the first place? I can have a contract, but actually I need to be comfortable that I'm okay to share. Because if you share with the wrong person, the first question is you should have known that you should not have shared with them. And obviously this is very important when there are bad actors in this world. Second is do due diligence on the company in their terms of their processes. Are you comfortable they've got the right process in place? Just because they say they've got the right encryption doesn't work. Are you comfortable? And again, this depends on how sensitive. Highly sensitive, the more due diligence you have to do. Low sensitive, less. So you do due diligence on the process. Then you need active monitoring controls throughout the year to make sure they're doing what they're saying they're doing. That may be through monthly meetings where they present KPIs or results, but understanding not just the outcomes of what they're doing, but the controls around the process. An example, which is a real example with one of my clients a number of years ago. They outsourced, and this is not data sharing, but it's the same thing. They outsourced around processing of technology functions. They had very high turnover in the company. So it meant the team that was handling the data suddenly halved and they're working 100-hour weeks, so 100 hours per week, the team. When you work 100 hours per week, the risk of making a mistake goes up. So the risk of an operational event or causing damage or loss of data or integrity, it becomes higher. So when we talk about due diligence, I don't just mean around cybersecurity, I don't just mean around sort of the privacy encryption, but actually even down to how do they manage their team? Because if a company has high turnover, this can impact how they do the job they're meant to do. It may increase the risk. So we look at that. We look at employee screening. Do they screen the employees? Another client many years ago was they did security awareness training only on employment. They didn't do regular awareness. So the team that was involved in the data breach got trained 20 years ago. They were not sufficiently trained to do their job in today's world. So these are some of the aspects. So to me, a lot of this is around due diligence. So am I comfortable day one? How am I comfortable on an ongoing basis? And then I'll add a third layer, which is a rigorous review on a, say, annual basis. That is a lot of cost. So it needs to be proportionate with the risk associated with the data. And that's where sort of this analysis around data sensitivity is really important to understand if I have a breach, what could happen? Yes, you have legal recourse often, but one of the issues we've seen also is when people engage legally, the regulator also said, you should have known that startup signed the contract because they were desperate for the contract. So a startup is often want to sign a contract because they want the business. Doesn't mean they have the controls in place always. So these are really important considerations. Sorry, I realise I'm probably speaking too loud again, so apologies. That's my answer to the question.
네, 고맙습니다. 이어지는 질문입니다.
Another question. In your presentation, you talked about metadata. What do you mean by metadata? Does it mean the combination of financial data with non-financial data?
So metadata simply is data about data. So what that means is actually describing a data field. So if we think about a metadata around date of birth, it literally says that field is the day, that field is a month, that field is a year. Day is 2 digits, month is 2 digits, month goes up to number 12, days go up to 30, 31, 28, year goes 4 digits. So metadata is literally information that describes the data. By having that, that means as we start sharing, you are very, very clear. Because a customer, when you're sharing, you say, I will give you information on month of birth only, or maybe year of birth only. So for my metadata, I say I want metadata for year of birth only. If I have that defined in my data models, then it becomes easy to share. If my data is poor quality, so maybe I go year, month, day, or I go day, month, year, it's mixed, that becomes an issue as well. So these are important because when you share information, unless you understand your metadata, understand that it's consistently organized, you can share things, the wrong things, or you can share too much. So metadata is really, really important as a descriptor to describe what your data is, and therefore you can pinpoint exactly what I need to share for the outcome. Back to the point, only share what you need to share, and just because the other person says they want it, doesn't mean you give it either. You need to be clear you're okay with that as well. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you very much. This would have to be the last question. And the last question is, in sharing data, the customers might feel high level of anxiety because they don't trust. How do you overcome this lack of trust issues?
And trust, the customer trust is the same as company trust. So companies are very nervous around sharing this. This is why I think the SG TradeX is a good example. We form a cooperative. At the end of the day, that's information they're already sharing. What we've done there is created a platform to make it easier. So starting off with use cases where people are comfortable already is quite critical. Starting with use cases which are, say, health. So everyone is okay to share medical research around COVID because we all say this is a big issue and it's a global issue. So it becomes easier. So over time, we become more comfortable around this, and it gives the ability to demonstrate there are controls and mechanisms in place. So I think it's one, making sure we start simple, we start basic, we start on use cases that drive adoption and build trust. Two, these frameworks, these ways of doing data sharing are really critical. Government support, industry programs where it's help drive the ability of people to trust more. But, the cyber agenda is most critical because a single breach or a single abuse can make everything go backwards very, very quickly. So care is required early to make sure you go through the data journey, as it were, that I painted before. The steps in there are really critical because ultimately trust is hard to get, but very easy to erode and destroy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jensen, for your presentation and your answers. And I'm sure your insight has been very helpful to all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Now we're going to listen to the last presentation. And the last presenter is Professor Marian Farboudi of Finance at the MIT Sloan School of Management. She is going to talk to us about the big data revolution. Please welcome the professor.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. I'm Marian Farboudi. I'm the John D. Gruber Career Development Professor of Finance at MIT Sloan, and I'm really happy to deliver the closing remarks of 11th SAFF meeting. I will be talking about the big data revolution in finance. We live in the midst of the big data revolution, where data is proving to be the new capital. We all care about this because data is a new asset class. Data refers to many things. However, data that underlies the big data revolution, which is really what is feeding into the AI and machine learning algorithms, is the data that is used for prediction. Investors can use data to predict firm performance and market demand, and companies can use customer data to improve the quality of their products and services. In either case, in finance, collection, processing, and use of data has exploded. We would like to understand which assets and prices are most affected and how to quantify this data and its value. Many companies are increasingly using data, and this data mainly comes from customer transactions. You should also understand what the companies use this data for to be able to assess the privacy concerns of customers and the regulation that is intended to address that. Furthermore, we are hoping to design and regulate financial data markets effectively. For that, too, we need to understand, quantify financial and customer transaction data and value it. Let me start by showing you a graph of growth of data processing. In this graph, you can see the growth in processor performance compared to a benchmark from 1978 to 2006. In the first decade, the processing performance has been growing at 25% per year. However, since then, for a few consecutive decades, the growth has increased twofold. The processing power has been growing 50% per year. And that's what underlies the big data revolution. This revolution has been identified by industry and by the media way before it became the center of attention in academia. Here you see a picture of the Economist cover in 2017, 5 years ago, which puts data as the world's most valuable resource. And inside the same issue, you can see the new oil companies of today's world: Google, Amazon, Tesla, and Microsoft. This really signifies how models of manufacturing and producing tangible goods are less and less relevant for the modern economy. However, our understanding of the economics of big data still lags behind. And the reason is that data is very difficult to incorporate into our models. Data is unobservable. We don't have great models to systematically disentangle data functions, and data valuation are difficult to measure and quantify. And these are what I would like to focus on in this talk. In order to think about this issue, I'm going to use a framework in which data is used for prediction. The framework is ultra simple. There's a continuum of agents who want to make a decision under uncertainty. And as we all are very well aware of, in financial sector, uncertainty creates risk. Risk can be the risk of profit loss, such as producing undesirable products or taking wrong financial positions. It can be also risk of death and injury because, for instance, we introduce a drug into markets that there's not enough data about it, or self-driving car that is not sufficiently tested with data. Now, instead, if we have the data reduces the uncertainty and enable agents to make better decisions. That can increase profits and can improve welfare. So we want to understand what we should expect as data availability and technology of data collection and processing improves. It improves in the financial market, while firms are using consumer data, as well as a lot of data markets emerge. So let me try to pinpoint a little bit, what is the data that I'm talking about? This is data that is used for prediction, and it's used either by investors or by the companies. Investors use data to predict firm fundamentals or market sentiments and demand, so they want to understand what other market participants are doing. Companies, on the other hand, use customer data to find what is their best production quality and what is the customer taste that they like to cater to. This data comes from maybe industry information acquisition, it can come from firm performance history, or it can come from customer transactions. This framework really relies on one basic tool, which is the Bayes law. Bayes law is really the bread and butter in economics of prediction. Bayes law just tells you that if you would like to predict some random outcome and you have some prior knowledge, you have acquired some information, or you have produced or you have had a lot of transactions with customers, which all gave you data, this more data really improves the precision of your posterior belief about what you like to predict. So Bayes' law just tells you that the posterior precision is additive. The more data that you have, the better that you can predict what you're interested in. With that, let me provide you with a number of conceptual insights from my research, and then delve deeper into measurement of data and data value. And I would like to end with what I think is a really fruitful idea that financial industry and academics can join forces on and improve our understanding. Let's first think about what the growth of data technology in the financial markets mean as a whole. Growth theory describes how technology boosts efficiency. However, in finance, technology in the form of IT is blamed for volatility, illiquidity, and inefficiency. And the concern is that big data is changing not only how much data we use, but also what kind of data we choose to use. We can use big data to predict asset payoffs, or we can use it to predict market demand, what other investors are doing. So what you find is that there are different phases of data analysis. When information technology is poor and there's very little data, investors mostly focus on fundamental analysis. Then there's a huge rise in statistical or demand or sentiment analysis. And once data becomes very, very abundant and technology becomes very, very good, then both types of data analysis grow together. Moreover, price informativeness that is implied by this data grows monotonically through time. However, markets first become illiquid before reverting and becoming more liquid. These findings you can all see in the following two figures. In both figure x-axis is time. In the first figure on the y-axis, you see the amount of data that is analyzed. The red curve is the fundamental data, and the blue curve is the statistical or demand data analysis. This little square in the middle shows you what happens in the very short run or in the medium run. Very early on, when technology to process data is very poor and very little data is available, for investors choose to learn more about firm fundamentals. They want to do more fundamental analysis. That is what happened 40, 50 years ago. Then in the medium run, where we are right now, there's going to be a huge surge in demand or statistical analysis. So you can see that statistical analysis takes over before getting to a very long run when both fundamental and statistical analysis grow together. While this thing is happening, although the type of data that is analyzed changes, you can see that prices become informative monotonically. So price informativeness gets better and better, although investors choose to learn different types of data. However, market illiquidity, which is in the blue curve, first gets worse. It becomes really, really bad before going down and markets becoming very, very liquid. Now, these are aggregate trends. However, we know that there is a huge degree of heterogeneity in the cross-section of firms. Although it is true that, for instance, in the US financial markets, S&P 500 price informativeness has improved over time. But if you take just an average of price informativeness of all the public firms listed in CompuStat, that has actually deteriorated. So that raises the question of whether all the firms have benefited the same amount from the technological progress in data processing. What we do find is that the answer is no. There is a huge divergence in data and information efficiency of prices. Most of data processing by investors is actually about large growth firms. And the reason is that investors process the data that is most valuable to them. And stock size, as well as growth prospects of a stock, interact to make data about a particular stock more valuable. And that is why it's really the price informativeness of large growth firms that has improved over time. These findings leads us to ways of measuring investor data that I will allude to later. There is also spillover from the financial markets to the firm distribution. In particular, we have observed in the US that in the past couple of decades, small firms are being displaced by larger ones. An important reason for that is the big data revolution, because it benefits growth of large firms disproportionately. Why? Because data comes from economic transactions. Big firms that have a lot of transactions, they produce a lot of data, and investors can process that. And that reduces the risk of these firms and it means that the cost of capital for large firms drops disproportionately. So the key mechanism is that data resolves risk. Lower risk reduces the risk premium, which in turn reduces the cost of capital of large firms. So the large firms can grow even larger. Now that takes me to what is a key point of this forum, and that is how firms use customer data. Note that a key theme in this whole talk has been that the data is a byproduct of economic transactions. So firms use data that they get from transacting with their customers to predict customer taste and improve the quality of products and goods and services that they provide for the customers. So they use the data to predict what is it that the customers want. What is really important to notice is that data is non-exclusive. So depending on the type of regulation that is in place, firms can sell the data and still use some of it. And that is a key difference with other factors of production. For instance, labor and capital are exclusive. I either work at MIT or at Harvard. However, the same data can be used by both Harvard and MIT to understand what is it that improves the life of students. Furthermore, data is tradable among firms. It's very different from learning by doing or job training, which is really tied to the labor, and it cannot be traded separately than the labor. So firms can use the data that comes from their customer transactions to produce high quality goods and services, and or sell it and make profits from data sales. This implies that the long run and short run trends of firm growth has a very specific form. In particular, whether data can sustain long run growth or not depends on the data usage. Whether data is used for process optimization, such as product personalization, advertisement, management efficiency, hiring and firing, labor force management, or reduction of search costs, or it's for innovation. Think about innovation as self-driving cars. If data is used for process optimization, then although in the long run it cannot sustain growth, but in the short run, data has increasing return to scale. And that is the familiar data feedback loop. So if a firm produces more data, that means that the firm can improve its quality. If it improves its quality, it can have more consumer transactions. More consumer transactions lead to more data, better quality, more customer transactions. So data really feeds back on itself. What's also important is that this increasing return to scale in the short run can lead to data barter. And data barter is what we see every day in our lives. So we all have free apps on our cell phones. Why is it that the developers of these apps allow us customers to use their apps for free? Because then they can collect our data and use this data to improve the quality of the app, and then going forward and sell the app to the customers for some positive price. And that is data barter. Data barter is a byproduct of data feedback loop. This also gives rise to the data markets. because data is non-exclusive, if there are no friction in place, data markets should be active among firms, and companies should voluntarily participate on the data market and sell the data that they collect from their customer transactions to other firms or other companies who can better use this data. Policy also encourages data sharing, and that's very well seen in open banking policy, which is now being heavily implemented both in Europe and in Southeast Asia. And in open banking regulation, government would like to encourage large banks to share the data of their customers if the customer wants with fintech industry to improve the entry of fintech firms. Data markets also imply that data intermediaries emerge, and these are firms who have a superior ability or technology to process data. They're going to be larger, and they're going to specialize in data markets and sell data packages to their customer firms instead of actually producing high quality goods. Furthermore, as I alluded to, new entrant firms, such as fintech firms, rely heavily on data markets to facilitate growth. These firms don't have a lot of transactions, so they need to buy customer data from the larger firms who have a lot of customer data, and these fintech firms will use this customer data, will build on it to improve the quality of their products until they start growing and producing data on themselves. However, this raises all sort of customer data privacy concerns. Customers might not be willing to provide their data to a wide range of firms, or they might want to be compensated for sharing their data. They might also be worried that the firms are going to use their data to price discriminate against them, and that understanding these concerns helps us understand the regulation that is trying to address customer privacy. Finally, a data market can lead to emergence of the data monopolists, because firms might not want to share their data with their competitors because they're worried that they're going to lose their competitive advantage from having a lot of data. And this leads me very nicely to talk about measurements of data and its value. In order to measure investor data, we're going to use data from a US stock market. We're going to divide firms into 4 groups based on whether they're small or large, and whether they're growth or value firm. So we're going to have 4 firm groups: small growth, small value, and large value. You can decompose the price informativeness of each group of stock into 3 components. The first component of price informativeness is stock price volatility. The second component relates to firm growth prospects. And the third component is about investor data that is built into price informativeness of the firms. What we do is that we're going to measure price informativeness, volatility, and growth of each stock group to 6 different decades. And from that, we're going to back out how much data is embedded in their prices. Price informativeness is very easy to measure. What does price informativeness mean? It means how much a stock price tells the investors about its future profitability. So we just simply regress the asset-weighted EBIT, earnings of the firms, on their past market price, and that gives us the price informativeness. Now, what we're going to do is that what I want to do is I want to plot the trends of price informativeness and investor data for these 4 different groups of firms over time. And that is what you see here. In the left graph, you see the evolution of stock price informativeness from 1960 to 2010, and on the right, the evolution of investor data. And you can see that there are 4 lines in each graph, and each line corresponds to a particular group of stock. For instance, the orange line in both plots correspond to the large, high-growth firms. What is very evident from these figures is that both price informativeness and investor data is heavily rising only for large growth firms, while the price informativeness and amount of data for the rest of the firms is at best stagnating. So there is a huge divergence in the financial data that investors produce about different groups of stocks. And that raises the question of why. And that is a difficult question to answer because the value of data to investors is very, very heterogeneous. It depends on investor characteristics such as their wealth and their investment style, as well as stock characteristics, and importantly, on market conditions, how liquid markets are. And that leads us to take a simple statistical approach. You can write the utility of investors from having a particular data about a particular group of stocks. And this utility can be decomposed into 3 pieces. The first piece is what we are all very familiar with. It's the Sharpe ratio of the stock. So as an investor, you would like to take a position on a stock which gives you a higher Sharpe ratio, a higher risk-adjusted return. Furthermore, as an investor, you would like to take a larger position on stock where its variance is reduced from data. So remember, what data does is that it reduces uncertainty and risk. And that encourages you to take a larger position on stocks that have lower variance. Finally, the last component of investor utility depends on their wealth and their risk aversion. Now, what's most interesting is that you can convert the investor utility of data to their dollar value of data by just calculating how much money they're willing to take in exchange for this data. So when are they indifferent between not having the data and instead having the risk-free wealth compared to having the data instead? So with the statistical framework, we can go and measure value of financial data. This table shows you our estimates of value of financial data in thousands of dollars. And it shows you that it's affected by 3 margins: by investor wealth, by investment style, and by market liquidity. So you can see that there are 2 panels. In panel A, I assume that the markets are perfectly competitive. There is no price impact. While in panel B, there is price impact. Then let's focus on panel A. Each row is an investor size. The first row is a small investor. It's an investment firm which only has 500K assets under management, while the second row is a large firm which has 250 million wealth. Each column is an investment style. Think about a mutual fund or an ETF which targets a particular group of stocks. Small stock, large stock, growth stock, value stock, or S&P 500, or alternatively, an investor who can invest in all of these groups of firms. So the first thing that you can see, just focusing on the first panel, which is perfect competition, is that a large investor, a wealthier investor, values data more than a smaller investor by orders of magnitude. Why? Because they can take larger positions. Second, you can see that across different portfolio types, investment strategies, it's really investors who invest in large stock and in growth stocks who value data the most. Finally, comparing the panel A and panel B, what you can see is that market illiquidity, which means price impact, very much reduces the value of data to investors, and in particular, it reduces the value of data to large investors. And the reason is very intuitive. Investors like data to guide them to take a position in more profitable stock. If there is a lot of price impact, the large positions that they take and moves the prices against them, so they cannot use data as effectively. So the highest use of data is when markets are liquid. Okay, so that takes me into really the last part of my talk, in which I want to set forward an area that I think there is a lot of room for collaborations between people in academia, researchers like me, and people, leading industry managers like you guys, who know a lot about how consumer data is actually used in the industry. To see that, let's look at data as a traded product. Market for data is on the rise, and regulation is also on the rise. Data intermediaries have emerged who sell, and data brokers sell customer data to firms. And you would like to understand value of customer data to firms. So I would like to really encourage all of you industry leaders to, if you're interested, please reach out to me, and we would love to collaborate with you guys and take advantage of the amazing data that you have, and we're more than happy to share our findings with you. And that is the same for digital intermediaries who share digital services with customers. So let me end on the note that technology is transforming markets, and we need theory and measurement to make sense of this constantly evolving landscape, because there's been numerous shifts in financial and real sector that are a logical consequence of improvement in data processing. Data is changing how firms operate. So data is the new oil. However, we have very, very little information about how financial firms are actually using the customer data. We would love to know where they get their data from, what they use their data for. So if you want the quantity of the data that they trade, the price of data that they trade their data at, and how they use their data, their customer data that they acquire to improve their products. That would really help us generate insights about the consumer privacy concerns and how firms can go around them and can capture consumer data and use it without violating these privacy concerns. That would also help us measure the data and the value of data to customers and to companies. If data is extremely valuable to companies, which I think it is valuable to, if necessary, even compensate customers for the data that they're willing to share. Because having a lot of data really gives a comparative advantage to the firms in order to improve their products and their strategies. Think about simple financial services that are provided to customers. If you know what services or what customers really want, you as a firm are really able to better provide these services. So the value of the state customer data to you as firms is really, really high. However, customers are concerned with their privacy as well as price discrimination. So understanding the value of data to companies and to customers is really critical to enabling this data trade. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you very much, Professor Farbudi. She has talked about the value of data and what kind of changes will take place as a result of data. And now we have completed all the presentations, and we have shared the YouTube link with you for your reference. And 11th Seoul Asian Financial Forum 2022 has been held under the theme of MyData for All. We have talked about how the financial industry will evolve as a result of MyData. And it's going to be a great opportunity to improve the competitiveness of many Korean businesses. Seoul Asian Financial Forum has been hosted by Asia Business Daily. I would like to thank all the speakers and everyone in the audience for staying with us until the very end. And this concludes all the program for the forum. Thank you very much for your attention.